sent to us by the National Olympic Committee of Kenya. Thank you very much for that. Any other highlight? I see a hand. Is that hand up, Wangeshi? All right. This side? Mwaloma?
Thank you. Maybe what I would say is, again, from the NOC presentation, just to stress on the importance of sports science. It features in their performance model from the presentation by the Secretary General. And I think when we started on Monday, we had most of the elite coaches. We are calling them elite because most of the coaches that have been here are the ones who coach the national teams. And they're the same coaches that we as CAS use for our training of coaches. And mostly we've been targeting the teachers. Teachers because they're the ones who actually identify the talent from the lowest level, the primary school to secondary school. So we're saying that with this seminar and the knowledge they have picked in terms of sports science, I'm sure our sports will change. So as a coach and a referee, I appreciate that this is going to help us so that our training is data driven as opposed to you training as a coach the way you were trained when you were playing 20, 30 years ago. So maybe that is what I would say. And maybe as we continue, when our seniors come in, we'll be able to possibly maybe make a comment on what we are carrying home after this 1 week of rigorous training in sports science. And maybe at this point I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mwaloma is our colleague from the Kenya Academy of Sports, and he's actually the one who takes care of personnel, sports personnel, capacity building and sports personnel issues. So this is an area that is very close to his heart. Thank you, Mwaloma. All right, now, as I had said earlier, we have some other institutions from government who are doing research and sports-related activities. And we just want to give them a few minutes each to be able to just bring out highlights of what they do. And see, perhaps you know, you have heard of the Kenya Academy of Sports and what we do, but maybe you didn't know that KEMRI, Kenya Medical Research Institute, also work on sports science issues from a health perspective. So let us welcome the team from KEMRI to come and give us a short presentation of what they do in sports science. Karibuni sana, Madam.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Lucy Kanyara. I work at Kenya Medical Research Institute. I coordinate all the labs in KEMRI. But right now I'm here on one of our labs we are establishing in sports science, Eldoret. And in our sports science, Eldoret, I'll explain to you what we do there, because we are really in the what do you call it, Eldoret, the land of champions. Yeah, so we decided, despite having our footprints in 10 counties across Kenya, we have now our footprint in the lab was launched, or the sports center was launched 2 years ago by our CS minister. And I would like to, because there is a lot of news about KEMRI in the last 3 days. KEMRI has gotten a charter as a university, but not to offer first degrees. We are going to be offering special postgraduate PhDs related to health and biosafety and biosecurity. So we are still at the Ministry of Health because people have been wondering whether we have moved to education. I want to clarify that so that we are all aware where we are. You can project for me from there so that we save time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next slide, please. KEMRI has vision and mission of Center of Excellence in Research for Human Health, and also to improve health and quality of life through research, capacity building, innovation, and service delivery. As I said, we have footprints in 10 counties across Kenya. All these are well-established centers, and 2 of our centers, one in Nairobi, another one in Kisumu, supported we remember the global pandemic on Zika. We participated through a National Olympic Committee of testing the team which was going for Olympic before and after, and you can find that data on that publication. We are also working on research. You remember what professor from Hungary University talked about mitochondria and proteins, and what if we get ethnic subtype, what Dr. Rwade has Gerard presented yesterday, we have established mitochondrial genome reference database of diversity ethnicity in Kenya. This data can be used for retrospective studies for those who'd like to do more research on our genetics. And also we are also mapping leukocyte antigen diversity among the Kenyan population using the next generation sequencing. This capacity, we have both our sequencing labs in Kilifi, Nairobi, and Kisumu. And in our sports science center in Eldoret, we are addressing health challenges related to prevention, nutrition, and mental health, open discussion, and also understanding how to prevent substance abuse and how to counsel those people in those camps. We are actually on the ground trying to reach out to them and talk to them and have a counseling session so that we remember what the Secretary General presented. If one of the teams, either athletics are banned or other track or other sports will suffer. So we are trying to protect. As you can see, our mandate is to give advice to the Ministry of Health and also to other ministries in matter related to policy development and what they should do to avoid us getting banned in anti-doping. This is the areas we are looking at of sustainable performance, living long health, mental resilience, career longevity, because we see like people go for one track and then they drop out. We see also, we have researchers on the ground trying to look on that and also enhancing quality of life. This is what KEMRI can do, not only for athletics, but all other sports. evidence-based interventions, identification of risk factors. What risk factors do we have? Innovative strategies, longitudinal studies, and collaboration solutions. You cannot be able to work alone. We have to collaborate with other people so that we can be able to achieve our mandate. And also these are our services at the Eldoret: clinical health, as I've talked about, and laboratory services, social behavior research, and also we have an office there in the Eldoret at Daima Plaza, and right now we have integrated with the community. We have our footprints in Kapsoya. We already gotten a space at Kapsoya, and also we have lab where we are anticipating to build the lab. But equipment we have already bought, but they are being installed in Nairobi labs. That is the equipment which does the we know that our Lancet do ABP ABP, that is the blood, but our lab can be able to do the growth and other hormones and other drugs. We have an LSMS MS lab in Nairobi, which we are setting up as per last week. These are what we have mapped as research areas we can cover at our Eldoret. That is sports health, basic lab research, social and behavioral research, what I'm talking about, the issue of counseling, following up people, our sports people, and trying to advise them accordingly. We have done that in other areas of health, and we have successful stories which have changed policy in the Ministry of Health. Mental health and well-being, we have psychiatrists in our team. These are still the marked activities. I've talked about this. Kemri has a team which is playing frisbee, and we have the captain here, Geoffrey Sang, and we encourage you to come into this game. They have participated in across Africa, in South Africa, Uganda, and night time our team is in Arusha. So if we can also encourage this to be taken up to this game to be taken up, we have successful story whereby we have students who come from universities. We have a program, attachment program, and when these students during their free time, we engage them in frisbee, and we have seen international universities coming to poach these students. You can imagine our Kenyan people are building capacity, building teams outside the country with the support of Kenya Academy of Sports. We will reach out to see how we can make sure that these talents don't go to other countries outside. We also have a football team, although it's still we are still working on it. And right now we are organizing as a part of encouraging the community in Eldoret to work with us. We have an upcoming run, and we are looking for collaborators by end of June. So if you're interested, you can join us, and we can be able to make sure that we support the community there. We also, through Athletic Kenya, we are supporting a school camp of children from primary schools who at regional level become number 1, number 2. So we've been going there as Kemri to encourage those children, and also we have a nutritionist on the ground, and also a physician, and somebody who have done psychiatry, so that we can be able to talk to those children so that they can take up that game. We have collaborators. So as we are looking for collaborators, we have collaborators 117 collaborators who have signed MOU with us. Most of them are international, and most of our funding come from government of Kenya, but we have the USG government having like 27% of our funding. But all these other universities from outside have collaborated with us, so we are calling upon for the local collaborators so that we can be able to do research. Collaborators does not mean that you can bring money, but you can also have your research protocols. In case you have research protocols, we have an ethical review body, and we want to put ethics in our sports, because we have seen sometimes we see what the tribunal, when you have ethics, you implement science and ethics in your tracks, you can be able to reduce those issues of the tribunal, people going to the tribunals. These are strategic partners locally, and as KEMRI being a national research of high interest, we are at the same CAP with KDF. We were formed under the same CAP, so we have the National Intelligence Unit and Kenya Defence Forces working closely with us and other partners. Our current partners in the people we have signed MOU in the area of sports is Athletic Kenya and ADAC. So we are looking forward to signing more MOU with the people in the sports world. Asanteni, we are open to business, committed to mutual respect, enhancing business practices for growth, and promising ourselves as an African-led and leading African institution, driving innovation and advancing health research.
Wow, thank you very much. Apana makofi ya kilo, 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Yes, and Kenya Academy of Sports has started the conversation for collaboration, and that is why they're here with us today. All right, any questions in the room for Madam? All right, can a mic be taken to Mr. Mwaloma?
Thank you for the presentation. I think our interest is, you've talked of a lab in Eldoret. We're just having a conversation with my colleague that we need to visit so that we are able to know exactly how that helps us in our mandate of talent development. And then maybe just for information, you've talked of station and center. You have stations and centers. Maybe you'll clarify the difference between the two. Maybe it's in terms of what happens in a station and what happens in a center. And then the other one is, I think it was the other day that you awarded a charter to offer degrees. Maybe you can explain to us how you're planning to do it so that we are able to pass that information to the others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start with the centers and station. Centers, these are fully pledged centers with their mandate, and we, like for example, the Center for Sports Science Research in Eldoret, they are mandated to do sports medicine and sport research. But a station, you might find a center, for example, if you go to Kisumu, you'll find the main center in Kisumu is at Kisian. That is Center for Geographical Research. Basically, they deal with global health research in malaria, health systems, but you get them they have stations in Siaya, at Jot inside the hospital, they have a station there. At Kodere, we have a station there supported by Water Lead Army, that is US Army, and that's the one we used, that is the lab we used for the Zika testing. So the center has stations. Then the other one is about KEMRI Charter. When I started, I talked about KEMRI Charter. KEMRI Charter is going to be offering postgraduate degree, that is PhDs. Right now, the area we are focusing in is, if you look at biosurveillance, like what we did in Zika testing. Let me narrow myself, because we do wide range research. Let me narrow myself to issue of Zika. Zika was a global pandemic. So KEMRI was, as a research institute doing biomedical research at the Ministry of Health, was called upon to make sure that our team going for Olympic have been screened, and they are clean when they were going and when they came back, to make sure that when they are coming, they don't come with the disease and go to the community. Even during COVID-19 outbreak, KEMRI was a strategic institution in screening all the COVID. We are the team which was supporting the Ministry of Health. And in that sense, the government has seen the sense of putting KEMRI at a strategic point for those people who want to advance degrees in those areas. That is biosurveillance, biosafety, biosecurity. You know, biosafety, biosecurity is all over. The other one is on natural products. Natural products in terms of, there is PhD crafted on natural products, whereby you find sometimes our athletes or our people are related to what they eat. Those are national products. So we can be able to do research and give advice, global advice. As you can see, we have global 117 institutions globally partnering with KEMRI. The other one is on health systems. In our health system, you find for data, our mandate is to advise change of policy in the country in matter related to health. And all of us, whichever sports we are in, health, we cannot, whatever presentation we've been having, you cannot divorce if sports with health. So that is the other area we are putting, we are giving a PhD. The other one is on biotechnology. Right now, we have been approached by Korea. Korea, they have a point of care testing. What does that mean? A machine, you don't have to get a lot of blood from somebody to be able to be shipped to UK, South Africa, or Qatar for testing. That machine can be able to give real-time results. And they have approached KEMRI, and KEMRI is working. We are also working with WADA to see whether we can evaluate that machine to be used in the country, so that we can be able to be giving real-time results. Even you can be able, as coaches, you can be able to be recommending your people to be tested regularly to avoid this issue of anti-doping. The other question? No?
Thank you. I think you have handled all, because the other was a comment about CAS visiting the Eldoret center to be able to see how we can partner. But maybe still on doping, why is it very difficult for KEMRI to be recognized by WADA so that we don't have to ship samples abroad for testing? Maybe you can elaborate on that. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that. Sometimes back, when ADAC was moving around, they approached KEMRI for setting up an anti-doping lab. As you know, as I have told you, KEMRI do diverse research. And when we visited, because we were recommended to visit one of the WADA accredited lab, when we visited King's College, London. That is 2024. The lab there, WADA does not allow you to do any other research. So what we are supposed to set up, and that is what we are trying to set up in Eldoret, is, and through the help of the government of Kenya, because government of Kenya, they are really supporting that. They have given us land, they have given us funds to put up that lab. You don't do any other research. That lab should be specifically for testing the sports people. All what you can do is, you can do drug control, you can do forensic, because what we are doing here, the mitochondria research, it is in our human identification lab. That human identification lab, it is being used by the CID headquarters, that is the government forensic lab. We are partnering with them, and we don't do any other work in that lab. So for us to be able to, and as you know, as government of Kenya, we all depend with donors. And some of the labs are supported with donors. And when you write a proposal to set up a lab, you have specific objective or specific research area. But now Eldoret lab will be purely for sports science. Have I answered your question?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for that presentation. And actually, I'm also very excited by the fact that you're setting up this lab in Eldoret. But actually, Eldoret is the city of champions. The source of champions is in Nandi. So I hope that you'll be able to extend your hand up to Mosoriot, where we are located. And again, the other exciting thing is that at the university, we have a directorate of research, which is headed by a director. So I think one of the things that we are going to do is to link you up with that directorate at the university, because research is also one of our core mandates at the university. And for me, the fact that sports is our niche at Koitalel, the aspect of now being able to do more research in sports science is looking like a reality when we partner with you. So that is very, very exciting, and I'm really looking forward to that aspect. The other thing you have mentioned about the fact that you are going to offer postgraduate, especially PhD. So again, it's another opportunity to collaborate with us. So very, very exciting, and thank you for that presentation.
Great, thank you very much. Do you want to comment on that?
I want to comment on Nandi.
Yes.
As I said, we are supporting a school program. It is in Nandi. Dorio is in Nandi. So when we put it there at Eldoret, because also we look at, when we are looking at where we put our centers, we look aloud, because we want to stretch up to Elgeyo Marakwet in those, to work closely with those camps, and also up. So it will be covering the whole of, it's South Rift? Or it's North Rift?
North Rift.
North Rift, yes. Yeah, even as we talk now, ADAC is, once they correct their sample, before they ship them, they are using one of our American pathologist accredited lab at Kericho. ADAC is using our lab for short storage before they ship. So we are really partnering well with them.
Thank you very much, Madam. Maybe just one question, because you are the lady in charge of all the labs at KEMRI in Kenya. You are very well resourced in terms of lab equipments, in terms of expertise in the areas of lab technology. How open are you to be able to collaborate with other researchers in sports science just to be able to use your equipment and perhaps to be able to get expertise from your lab technologists while they're doing their own research around sports science?
Thank you so much. It's a very good question. Right now, when we did not have our charter, we were partnering with Jomo Kenyatta University. Their special program we offer on masters and PhDs, they are for Jomo Kenyatta, but they are housed in Cambridge. So the students use our labs. So when we partner with a university, like Moi University, we partner with them. When their students are doing research, as long as their protocol has passed through our ethical and they have a supervisor, they use our labs. We are open. We are open, and I would like to say, I would like to schedule a meeting for the CAS with our directors for both in Eldoret and our Director General. Our Director General started issues of sport back in 30 years ago. He's been supporting, and they've been working with the Coach Sang. And he's really passionate about it and looking forward to have an MOU with CAS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. All right, thank you for highlighting some of the things that are being done in our other state corporations within the Kenya government on areas of research in sports science. Basi tumpe makofi ya kilo, tumshukuru kwa presentation yake. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. All right, now we go back to our program. Our next speaker will be Dr. Gerald Luande. He is now coming to talk to us about technology and more especially on wearable technology in sports science. Karibu, Daktari. Sorry, just a few minutes on technical connecting, not connectivity. When we're doing a few connections here. Asante. Great.
Okay, so good morning to you all. I want to say I am one of the proud people who welcomed Kemri to Eldoret. And you can remember the sleepless nights we had in 2023 to ensure that Kemri set up. Because you see, research cannot be done in isolation. We can't be having multiple vibandas where you are doing your things, but you should also have a common colloquium, or as the Italians call it, the Aula Magna, the big hall where we can all meet and do our things. So earlier in the week on Tuesday, I presented on wearable technologies. And basically, I over-focused on wristwatches, ingestibles, and those kind of things. My presentation today, on top of speaking about some of the things I mentioned in our previous presentation, we'll also look at the shoes, because I'm sure when we talk about wearable, the first thing that comes to mind are the shoes. So there have been lots of politics around the shoe technologies, and to be a good teacher, I decided to wear one of those shoes so that those who have no idea how those shoes look like today have a good opportunity to have them on 3D. So I mentioned the backstory, how I found myself here courtesy of the Sub 2 Hour Marathon Project. And why did we start the Sub 2 Hour Marathon Project in 2016? So in 2014, The world record was set by Dennis Kimeto. Not to brag, but he lives next door to my house. So when he set it up, it was 2:02:57. Before that point in time, nobody had run below 2 hours, 3 minutes. And before him was Wilson Kipsang, who we also worked with. He ran 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 23 seconds. And before him was Patrick Macau, who used to train over here in Ngong, who also ran a 2:03. So the thought of running a 2:04 used to look out of the ordinary. Then it became a 2:03. Then it became a 2:02. Then Eliud did a 2:01. Then he did a 2:00 when he did the breaking 2 in Monza, Italy in 2017, a year after we started the project. Then shortly thereafter, he went for the world record in Berlin in 2018. Then in 2019, he did the famous Ineos race, where he ran 1 hour. How long was it, those who are following? 1 hour, 59 minutes, and how many seconds? 40. So Kiptum comes in 7 years later to bring it way lower. So how did we get ourselves here? What do you think we modified? I know some who are here earlier in the week can remember some of the things we modified, but allow me to throw the ball to the stage. What do you think we modified to ensure that that happened? From 2:03 to 2:02 to 2:01 to 2:00, now 1:59 is a reality. And in that race, more than 2 athletes were able to run below 2:02. Shoes, okay. We'll discuss more about the shoes. What else did we modify outside the shoes? Who has an idea? Oh my goodness. When you tulikuwa kwa darasa last time, tumesahau yote. Okay, so I'm going to explain some of the things we modified. So, first of all, getting the metrics of the athlete was a main issue. Because before that, you remember the old digital watches, the Ironman, and most of us are coaches in the room. We are good with the whistle and the timer, right? So the whistle and the timer only tells you how fast the guy has crossed the finish line that you set during your training. But you get additional information about the athlete. So that's how wearable technologies came. And at that point in time, as I mentioned before, we partnered with Huawei and Vodafone, and their local subsidiary over here is Safaricom, to have the Safaricom SIM cards, which were providing 3G internet at the time, to provide us with local information, geolocation, weather, and everything. Then, ordinarily, when people are crossing the finish line, how sure are we that this person really ran what it's claimed he ran? So we had a wearable technology that you can see on that orange shoe from Huawei that enabled us to be able to get more insightful information about the athlete. So you can see this. Most of the time when you look at marathoners, you'll find them with this. Now, issues of motion. You know, gait, stability, likelihood of a fall. How do you anticipate that? So we partnered with GaitUp for motion sensing so that we are able to tell how is this person moving, what are the likelihood of a fall, or is the running economy not being efficient, especially based on how they position themselves. The joke I always say is the late Kiptum didn't follow many of the theories we have, but still was able to break the world record. And the following year, he was anticipating to be the first man to run below 2 hours. May his soul rest in peace. But as much as we talk about what is standard, there will always be outliers. But that does not mean you don't over-focus on some of these anthropological and physiological parameters. Then now the big question was always the shoe. So in 2017, it was between Nike, then Vaporfly, which for a long time denied they had the carbon fiber plate, and we were the first team to do a CT scan on the shoe to be able to prove that the carbon fiber plate existed. And Adidas, who are busy trying to make the lightest shoe. So their shoe then was a D0 sub 2. So we'll start with so this was Wilson Kipsang when he was piloting the D0 sub 2. You've asked what else did we modify? We modified the sports drink, how we were delivering the sugar. And Kemri guys have said they do a lot of drug research. So in chemistry, we remember there was something called polyethylene glycol. Do we remember that chemical? polyethylene glycol. So the polyethylene glycol was used to encapsulate, like to cover the sugar. So when you cover the sugar, when it gets to the stomach, it's not broken down. So it's pushed out as a reject. It's like swallowing a coin. The tummy will not process it. It will push it into the duodenum. Now, when you push it into the duodenum, you increase the likelihood of being absorbed into the bloodstream. So it delivers the sugar within a fast time, and the encapsulation slowly releases it. You've heard of drugs that are called SR, slow release drugs. So it's the same principle that we used on the sugar, because ordinarily, Coca-Cola has 4% sugar. Red Bull tries to be between 6 to 8. Now, ours was between 12 to 18%. Now, can you imagine having all those teaspoons of sugar in your cup? You won't be able to swallow that drink. So there's a great likelihood of you throwing up. So how do we bypass that? We encapsulate it and we make the drink tasteless. So when you make the drink tasteless, you can take more of it. It's not so sweet on your tongue, but it achieves the objective. Okay, then now we came to the age of technology. Right now, people are talking about artificial intelligence, and when they talk about artificial intelligence, what comes to mind is ChatGPT and other large language models, or Claude, as nowadays people talk a lot about it. But that's mainly text generation. But how can you use the same technology in sports? So we went an extra mile to look at the different variants on how we could use artificial intelligence in sports, and we wrote this article for the Standard in 2020. So in case you need a copy, I can share it with you, but it's also online. Then the other question then, around 2020, 2021, was shoe or athlete. How much advantage is the shoe conveying to the athlete? Or is it that this athlete is so good that the shoe is not really significant? So I want you to look at the progression of the marathon men time, because my research basically is on the marathon. So I'll not talk about 10,000 meters backwards. So half marathon and marathon, but mainly marathon. So right now, on 26th of April, I never knew it was matching like that, 26/04/26. So on 26th of April, Sebastian Sawe ran at 1 hour, 59 minutes and 30 seconds, followed by Kajelcha from Ethiopia. Now, if you look at these two guys, they used the same type of shoe. So Adidas Adizero Adios Pro Evolution 3. Now, this shoe has been evolving over time. You see, Sisei Lema, still from Ethiopia, in 2023, used the first evolution. So we are at the third evolution of the same thing. So what are we really evolving in these shoes? That's what I'll be presenting along the way. And right now, among the top 10 in the world, if you are running at 2:03, when we rank you globally, you are a very slow athlete. You may not even get an Olympic medal. So what has changed over this period? So of course, the first argument is the shoe. Now, initially, since Nike were the first guys to come with the carbon fiber plate, you'll realize they had a huge predominance. 2019, 2021, 2022, 2023. But now the stakes began changing in 2023. Now you can even see companies like ASICS, like the one I'm wearing today, have also been able to make their shoes. And what needs to come out clearly in this presentation is the concept of use of prototype shoes and issues of fairness, which I'll also present as we proceed. You know, sometimes using this technology. How do you move to the next? Okay, good. So I mentioned in 2017, 2016, Adidas came up with the Adizero Sub 2 shoe. I hope it's clearer in those high definition screens. So over here, the shoe was claimed to be the shoe that will make Wilson Kipsang and any other Adidas athlete to be the first one to cross the finish line below 2 hours. But why is it that it took them almost 10 years from the time of manufacture for them to come up with this Adios Evolution 3 that eventually did it? This is what they said. So I'll read it for those who can't be able to see like me. The Adidas innovation team worked closely with Sebastian, Tigist, and Yomif to deliver an unmatched range of innovative running products to support this moment in history. including, and this is very important, TechFit endurance shorts, that is the clothing, Climacool singlet to keep the athlete cool as the athlete is going, worn by Sebastian and TechFit endurance suit. Now you remember earlier in the week we talked about the clothes the athlete wear and how they could portend benefit in their performance. Now, 1 week before London Marathon, the Monday before, our athlete Sharon Lokedi, who's been based in the US for a long time, but nowadays trains locally, ran on a totally different brand, which ordinarily people are not looking at seriously, the Under Armour Velocity. And she's been winning with Under Armour since 2023. So what changed? It's because the concept of the carbon fiber plate became more accessible to many companies. Same thing among the ladies who ran in Boston Marathon. Asics Metaspeed was won by the third lady in the race, and also won by the third lady in London Marathon, Jocelyn. Now, Hellen Obiri, who also comes from this neighborhood in Ngong, and was training here for a long time, was the first very elite athlete to use On Running shoe. Now, we piloted the On Running shoe in 2017. Now, that time, the technology was different. If you can look at these two shoes, you can see this has some ridges at the bottom. If you look at a standard shoe, it doesn't have this kind of ridges. What was the objective of these ridges? I wish Dr. Kweyu was here to explain to us, staying on the air and, is he here? No, he's not. Are my eyes not working? Is he here? I can't see him. Yes. So basically, these acted like springs. So it took other shoe companies a while to adopt this kind of technology. So the current shoe that Sawe is using basically uses the Asics technology, where there are those holes under it, and instead of foam, which is like mattress, we have air. Because this shoe was purely foam, and it was a light shoe. The other thing they did was to make the shoe way more porous, to aerate it. The third thing, many athletes would experience blisters at the end of a run, because you can imagine you've been having that kind of friction on your foot for the next 2-3 hours. So how do you overcome it? So Adidas also came up with a technology, if you check the insole of the shoes, that is able to absorb much of the fluids, basically your sweat, and keep you dry enough not to develop any blisters. So this is how Hellen Obiri has been performing very well, courtesy of the evolution of this shoe that we first worked on in 2017 with Kenenisa Bekele. Now, there's the issue of fairness. Do we think this is fair? Having all these technologies, some people have access to it, others don't have access to it. What do we think? As many as of a similar opinion pale, unaweza paza sauti. You can repeat it for those who didn't hear you clearly.
Personally, I think it is not fair, because in sports we encourage fairness and fair play. That athlete who is using that shoe has an added advantage over others.
Yes, we can argue that case, and we went an extra mile for the ladies to check their performance. So this statistics has changed as at now, because people are winning every day. Let me see if it's, no, 1 second, allow me just to share the screen. Okay. So if you look at this, and I can try to zoom it in so that it's clearer. So as at 2024, In the women marathon ranking, this is before Ruth Chepngetich broke the world record. Look at the shoes again. Athletes were using, back then, now these are very elite athletes. The first Light Strike shoe, so you can see there's Light Strike here, Light Strike there. Nike's development shoe, Nike Development 163 prototype, was being used by Sifan Hassan. Now, what very elite companies do, when there's something at stake, they will release a prototype shoe, which has been used, of course, during training, but made public on competition day, for their prize athlete. Now, sometimes this creates the risk of some athletes feeling they didn't have a fair chance of competing. Now, what does the World Athletics say about this? So, the World Athletics has what they call technical rule number 143. So on technical rule number 143, this is what it states. A shoe may be customized only for aesthetic or medical reasons to suit the characteristics of a particular athlete's foot. So basically, foot morphology varies based on the athlete. So you can customize a shoe for that athlete. And you'll find many of the very elite athletes, they go to the production companies and get their molds done. So they step on wax, and a mold is done on the shape of their foot. And then you create a shoe that typically matches that. And because of our variant anatomy, sometimes you find your left foot and your right foot are not necessarily the same size. So they have also to factor that in on the mold. But now, however, where World Athletics has reason to believe that a type of shoe or specific technology may not comply with the letter or spirit of the rules, the shoe or technology may be referred for detailed examination, and such shoes may be prohibited in competition pending examination. Are we familiar with some shoes that were banned in the marathon? How many had some shoes were banned? Yes. There are some shoes that were banned because World Athletics felt it was conferring a way unfair advantage to the athlete. Now, unfortunately, this rule is silent on the stiffness and flexibility of the carbon fiber plate. Because if I can show you in detail, so they have the rules on clothing, then they have the rules on shoes. So down here, because I've explained some of this, they talk about, like I saw one of our colleagues here with spikes, the number of spikes a shoe can have, the dimension of the spike. Then the most interesting part is the sole and the heel. So there. Oh, what's happening? Mambo imechemka. Okay. So on measuring the thickness of the sole, if you've looked at the shoes I've shown, the new prototype shoes, the soles are really thick, as you can see this. Many shoes don't have, the older shoes didn't have such a thick sole. So this is one of the areas that the shoe companies are taking advantage of. Then the other issue is the ratios. The location for measurement of the center of the forefoot and the heel. Because how are you landing? There's different landing techniques for marathoners. There's the forefoot landing, like this, and there's the hindfoot landing. Now, when you're going uphill, you need more forefoot landing. And when you're going downhill, more of the heel kind of landing. So these shoes factor in those kind of things. So it springs both on the heel and it springs on the forefoot. So World Athletics thought it wise to create some of these rules. But as I've mentioned to you, we are still seeing lots of prototype shoes in the market. The other thing in our hypothesis outside the shoe that make, like for this case, Adidas, having swept in London Marathon, both the male and the female categories, is something that we call the management style. It's unfortunate Coach Patrick Sang is not in today, but there are two ways athletes are managed. There's group management and there's individual contracts. Now, in group management, if you have so many eligible athletes, you might be given a similar contract and you are managed together. But when you are a very elite athlete, let's say like Omanyala, you get your individual contract located to you. Now, Adidas, as opposed to other shoe companies, which I'll not mention, but you can infer, focuses more on individual management. And that's why in one of our essays, we raised this issue, that despite the correlation, it is misleading to conclude that it is only the shoe that is increasing the chance of Adidas' success in the recent world marathon majors, including the record. This article, we wrote it in 2024. So Sawe had not yet broke the record. But Adidas had begun taking a huge chunk of the world marathon majors. It could also be the individual athlete management approach, increasingly adopted by Adidas compared to Nike, where only gold and platinum labeled athletes enjoy these top-notch benefits, with the rest being humped into group contracts. Individual contracts, other than paying better, allow multiple athletes to try their own unique training styles. And this increases the overall chances of success, as opposed to only a few very elite athletes receiving preferential treatment. So what do I mean here? You know, Kenya plays the game of numbers. That is why we don't have serious sports labs. And that's why for those who go for the Olympics or World Championships, every of those major events, we are seeing new faces. And as the Secretary General from NOC yesterday told us, the people who meet the time are way many than the available slots. So we are not over-focusing on an individual athlete. We are playing the game of outliers. Let us have so many try their thing, then we pick one of them. And that is the same tactic Adidas uses in their athletes. So before Sawe broke the record recently, very few people, I'm sure, in the room were paying a lot of attention to Sawe, because there are many other athletes, Adidas-related athletes, who are winning world marathon majors elsewhere, New York Marathon, Boston, Chicago, you name it. So we need to look at this concept of wearable technologies in context. Then previously I mentioned the concept of, as much as the athlete has the shoe, do you really know what is going on physiologically on this athlete? So we went an extra mile to come up with, I didn't design it, but I did the trial, of ingestible chips which were embedded with thermometers. So you give an athlete this, then you are able to get the core body temperature of the athlete, and you are able to tell, is this athlete likely to suffer from something we call exertional heat stroke? Because the more an athlete overheats, the greater the likelihood of them drinking more water, and the more you neutralize, basically, the sodium and increase the potassium. Now, the other Morten product we created was high on sodium too, because as they drink and they're losing the sodium through their sweat, they're able to replenish the sodium. Now, wearable technologies, as I've demonstrated so far, are evolving. We are not just looking at your biodata. We are also looking at your environmental data. How is the weather like? How hot is it? Is it rainy? Are you likely to develop cramps during your run? And we are also looking at what the apparel companies are doing. And I've mentioned some of what Adidas is doing on getting vital parameters, especially the physiological parameters, as the athlete is going, so that the athlete does not overheat. And in marathon, overheating is one of the greatest fears. So we have to go beyond the athlete physiology and adapt to modern networks, including now 5G technology, eSIM, and all this kind of technologies. So when we were piloting this in Kamarin, near Kamarin in Iten, we were able to do something called remote coaching. When your athlete is very far away from you and you can't tell whether or not they're training, with this kind of technologies, we were able to remotely assess how fast they're going, where they're training at, and if at all they're meeting the objectives of the training. So you can see we are picking the pace data, the current pace, the average pace, the distance covered, the time. Now, this was the initial version of that technology. Technology imechangamka. Okay. Good. Then now, let us go a little bit to cardiorespiratory fitness. Because basically a marathon is all about the heart and the lungs. The muscles play ball once those two things are perfect. So most of our wearable technologies peak beyond your steps. I'm sure all of us are happy sharing our steps at the end of the day. But it picks your sleep pattern. It picks your mood status. It picks your anxiety levels. How ready are you today? Any other activity you engaged in. And these can also be displayed remotely. I mentioned we started our work with Huawei, and over time, 10 years down the line, Huawei has evolved to pick way more data. And if you've noticed, Eliud stopped using Coros, now is using Huawei. It's courtesy of all this work we put in. Now, additionally, we are able to pick, because I've talked about cardiorespiratory fitness, and one of the things in marathons people over-focus on is the VO2 max. Now, yesterday, Dr. Kweyu said, or was it the day before yesterday, that athletes are the most studied human beings. And sometimes when you go to the community and you want to study them, there will be a lot of social resistance. That is why KEMRI is organizing runs and all these kind of things to increase social cohesion. But there's another way of going around this. If you want to understand the general community, where these people come from, you can go to non-elite athletes to get some of these parameters. So one question we ask, especially on the issue of heat stroke, how about guys who live in predominantly hot areas, like Laikipia area? So we went to Samburu area, the place between Laikipia and Samburu, and we were able to enroll some of the Maasais living over there in our study. And if I can demonstrate, this is a summary of it, but I can demonstrate the chart in detail. So this is some work we did in collaboration with Fitbit, which is a commonly used wearable technology. Is it very clear? Good. So we were able to pick the VO2 max per kilogram, VO2 max per heart rate, the heart rate itself, the ejection fractions, and many other respiratory rates and all other small details that you can see over here. We were not able to pick the lipid metabolism on site, and they were not on an actual treadmill. They were running on the road. Then as we went down, we were able to get the average maximum lipid metabolism at the heart rate range. You remember when we were talking about how to quantify the correct heart rate range that an athlete should be in. So this is one participant's output. This work, we did it in collaboration with the Mount Sinai School of Medicine in 2023. So we were able to get some medical findings about the athletes, so like a summary that was generated by the equipment we were using. Then these are some of the charts that we were able to generate, as you can see. So where we are plotting the VO2 max versus the VCO2 max. So you want to see, are we generating a lot of lactic acid at the same time as you are inhaling in the oxygen? And then these were the ventilatory thresholds. The reason I'm showing you this chart is there are multiple ways of collecting sports-related data. So you don't have to over-focus on being in a closed laboratory, or if at all the laboratory is only restricted to a certain type of research. There are things you can do in the field. Like my colleague professor from Koitalel, these are things you can do in the village around Mosoriot. Yeah, they're not so complicated. You just have the VO2 max tank on the back of the athlete, and they do an easy run in the morning, and you are able to get some such physiological data. Now, into cooling technologies, I think I mentioned this paper yesterday, and I want to bog you down on it again. Then we tried, because sometimes it's difficult for coaches and other stakeholders in athletics to read some of these papers that sometimes end up in paywalls in very high impact factor journals. So we always go an extra mile to do something I call science communication, where we write some of these technical things in the local dailies. So ahead of the World Cup, we were able to write these because Doha was going to be a very hot World Cup, and they did a lot of modifications. But outside the stadia, how are the athletes or the soccer players keeping themselves cool? So we wrote this article to advise them on potential ways of keeping cool. This was published in November of 2022, ahead of the World Cup. For Tokyo Olympics too, because the editorial we did was for the International Olympics Committee, we wrote again a popular opinion article on the same thing to help athletes who are preparing for the Tokyo Olympics, especially as they were planning to go to Sapporo for acclimation and acclimatization, on how they could go around it on the cooling technologies. I've mentioned remote coaching. Now you can see the evolution of our technology. So initially, we were only showing the heart rate and the pace. But now, we are able to get additional temperature. We are able to know the battery status. Then we were able to set up different thermometers on your head, so you have like a skull cap that you have on your cloth. So this was a collaboration with a company called BodyCap to be able to collect this kind of data. I talked about gait, motion, how is the athlete striking, forefoot, hind foot, all that. So in collaboration with GateUp, we were able to get that kind of data. Now here is its application in real life during the Tokyo Olympics. So in the 10,000 meters race, we were able to collect this from an actual athlete. And the athlete, though not so fast, was relatively good at 29 minutes, 55 seconds, meaning this person was running below, above 20 kilometers per hour. So kama uko na gari hapo mbele na umeweka cruise control, the guy catches up when you set it up at 20 kilometers per hour for 10 kilometers. So we were able to show how this technology works, and this is the stadia that it was going round and round and round and round and round. And you can see the gait data and the wearable technology I showed you on the shoe right here, and the different temperatures we were picking, and the heart rate information, hypothermia, were they overheating or not? So these are things that can be translated beyond track and field. They can be used in rugby, they can be used in soccer, and other endurance training, because as much as soccer can be looked at as a resistance training, but when they are training for a long time during the day, it transitions from being, and this is what Prof. Radak said the previous time, from being a resistance training to an endurance training. And it's good to be very objective in the way you are collecting your data about your sports person. So for team sports, where you have more than one athlete, you can be able to have them wear the wearables at the same time and have a dashboard where you are able to collect specific information about the athlete. And these dashboards can be customized based on need. Last time I tried to explain how Sawe's team were able to identify the weaknesses in his training and competition style and correct it. So you can see, as he was preparing for Berlin Marathon in 2025, he ran 30 kilometers in 1 hour, 31 minutes, and 20 seconds. Then, while he was preparing for London this year, for the same distance, he was now training at 1 hour, 30 minutes, 13 seconds, meaning he has already tanked 1 minute on his personal best time in training. Then they asked themselves, where is the real problem? They noticed the real problem starts after 30 kilometers, because see, their data is being collected up to 30 kilometers. But after 30 kilometers, that's where the rain starts beating them. So he was having something we call a mixed split running. Running fast for some sections, running slow for some sections. And this can also be associated with the terrain. It could be hilly, it could be hot, and all those kind of things. So they asked themselves, how can we sort this mess? So between 30 to 35 kilometers, in Berlin Marathon, it took him 14 minutes, 44 seconds. Now, they were like, what can we do differently? Could we change something on his sports drink? So increase the concentration, because this is Morton, the sports drink company. So they increased the concentration, and they were able to deduct 50 seconds for the 5 kilometer region. Then they were like, oh my goodness, you are running 15 minutes for the 5K between 35 kilometers and 40 kilometers. So it was taking you 15 minutes. What can we do differently? Spike it even further. Because you see, where I'm mentioning these points, these are where the sports drink stations are. So if you increase the load, and Dr. Kweyu really talked about the carbohydrate mix in athlete preparation and training, and even competition, he was able to go even faster. So initially an average of 13 minutes, 54 seconds. Now he's at 13 minutes, 52 seconds. Then the last stretch, the 2 kilometers, 195 meters. He was running an average of 6 minutes, 27 seconds in Berlin Marathon, but they were able to tank it again to 5 minutes, 51 seconds. And that's how he was able to run below 2 hours and break the world record. So this pictorial representation shows you where the problem was. So the blue line is the Berlin Marathon last year. So you realize his averages were along this orange line, similar to London Marathon this year, but the spike was at this point, 40K. Meaning he was slow at 40K, the 35 to 40K mark. So what can we do differently? Improve on it. So let us check his training, his resistance training on the track. Can he have more track sessions to make him more fast? And in addition to that, can we check on his nutrition? So there are ethical challenges. One of the major ethical challenges of some of these cooling technologies that I mentioned before, like air conditioners, neck coolers, wrists, and cooling fabrics, including the clothes that Adidas talked about, is accessibility and cost. So how do we go around these challenges? Since it's difficult to access them, whenever we get any technology, and I might have also been a victim, because when we started the Masai project, we were using Fitbit, but some people are like, no, you should not use Fitbit, you should use Garmin, based on its accuracy and all those dynamics. So there are challenges of rapid adoption. We adopt it because that is what is in front of us. There are challenges of external validation. Lucy talked about them validating this point of care kit from Korea. So we don't just say, oh, Koreans have been so generous to us, let's start using it. What if it's not giving you what you intend to see? So there's need to externally validate. So even if you've bought sports watches and this, it's good to compare them before you mass enroll it to your athletes. Then unregulated use and quality control. There's nowhere where you'll be told you should use it this way and that way, and if you don't use it this way, there are repercussions. So everybody's doing their own thing. Now, what's the solution I'm proposing? We need to do a lot of validity testing to demonstrate effectiveness of some of these wearable technologies. And we've talked about limited access and how it interferes with issues of fairness. The other issue is data privacy. You know, when your device is visible online, who else is seeing it? Yesterday during tea break, I gave a typical data privacy issue and data security, and Lucy has also talked about biosecurity. And you see biological information ends up being data, and it becomes again another data security challenge. You know, our elite athlete, Sharon Lokedi, ahead of Boston Marathon, left her hotel room in a rush and forgot her wristwatch, a Garmin watch. Then she gets to the start line, she has no watch. Now, how will she time herself as the race is going? If you are Sharon, what would you have done? Yule jamaa ya microphone, atuambie sasa. Tunaanza na the ladies. Kama wewe ni Sharon Lokedi, umesahau saa kwa room, and you are at the start line, what would you do?
Ladies in the house.
What would you do?
Ongea
kwa nguvu tusikie.
For me, I could have just read. I was training, so.
So how will you know your time is right if you don't have a
watch?
By
faith.
Anafuata tu watu tu. If they are slow ni sawa, if they are fast ni sawa. Huko kwingine mambo inataka kuanza kuchemka sasa.
I'll set myself with my competitor.
And what if your competitor is slow?
Yes, your competitor could be slower than you.
The competitor could be slower than you. Now, try to imagine, let me take you back. Sorry. Let me take you back to Sawe's data. You see, what they were working on is make sure the speeds match. So if you are not able to get these small details, can you see the seconds we were trying to tank? So if you're not able to get this data, how will you be able to speed up or slow down? What would you have done?
Angeomba ya rafiki yake.
Okay, sasa that's what she did. Alisimama hapo kwa start line, akaona mzungu fulani who looks like a fun runner, because during some of the city marathons, we have fun runners. Akaomba, yes sir. And the fun runner was so excited that Sharon Lokedi has borrowed my wristwatch. So, when he'll be checking his data in the evening, his data will tell him, oh my goodness, fun runner John, today you are so fast. But you see, the watch was not just picking the speed. It was picking the heart rate. It was picking all these other physiological parameters. And sometimes, because it is not calibrated to her, because these are two different human beings, different body weight, different height, different everything. It's not calibrated. So sometimes the data it's relaying in terms of the averages might not be entirely accurate. And the fourth risk is, who did this guy share Lokedi's data with? Who else saw Lokedi's data? Because one thing as sports people, we need to understand, we work in the zone of something we call information asymmetry. Our competitor should never know our trick, right? Do you want your competitor to know your trick? And part of your trick is your physiological parameter. So we need to begin thinking seriously about data security. Now, in 2020, since guys, it was a COVID season and there was a lot of space in the newspaper, we decided to write another article about data protection in sports. Because this was the period where Kenya Data Act of 2019 was being made public to the general population. So one of the questions we asked that time, that trackers that collect personal profiles, such as sports watches, ingestible and wearable chips, can be used to determine whether an athlete should join the team, participate in a major competition, or their likelihood to win. They also raise privacy concerns in the era of computer hacking and potential adverse use by commercial and competing companies. So, do many people, like us in this room, know where the data we upload after an evening walk goes to? Do you know where the data you upload after an evening walk goes to, or a morning walk, or a midday walk? So what if this data gets to a pharmaceutical company that is making hypertension drugs? They'll know that, you see this zone, the average blood pressure rate is this. And if they continue with this trajectory, in the next 5 years, this will be the proportion of people with hypertension. So, anzeni kutengeneza madawa hii quantity, because in the next 5 years, these are our projected sales. Have you ever thought about it from that perspective? That is the biosecurity Lucy was talking about. So we have to think beyond the ordinary. We can't be pedestrian about how we handle some of these wearable technologies. So real-time biodata monitoring, such as core temperature, during competition may lead to an athlete withdrawal. So if you're a coach, for example, of a rugby team, and the data you're seeing on your phone about this athlete in question shows you the guy is about to collapse, what will you do? You substitute the athlete, right? Is there substitution in rugby? No, I don't watch rugby. Oh, there is. Okay, good. So, Prof, where come to rugby? What would you do? But what if you didn't validate that device that is on him? What if the device is giving you wrong information, like Lokedi's issue, where Lokedi took somebody else's watch? You'll make a biased decision. And that raises an ethical concern, because this athlete might say, I had a chance of making a try, and I become the next Injera, and you denied me that opportunity. So there are these biases that we have. So what is the risk-benefit dilemma? Could we risk letting the athlete complete the race if they stand a chance of winning despite the physiological data we are seeing? Because in marathon, for example, you train for between 3 to 4 months. Now, ahead of the race, you get new physiological data, which is scary. And there's one of the ways athletes make money, for those who know, there's something called appearance fee. And the appearance fee is really beautiful. Then there are the bonuses, time bonuses, winning bonuses. So at the end of the day, you might even come home with almost $100,000. Now, you are in this catch-22. Do you let go the $100,000 because of the data, or do you risk it? What would you do, Prof? You let go. And what if you are wrong?
That's true.
Well, that is the risk that I've taken.
And do you know that has a repercussion on the next invitation of the
Of course, yes. But I am not going to risk the life of an athlete.
Good.
I'm not going to do that.
There's a comment from another coach over here, then I'll respond.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes.
I think that it might cut both ways, because as an athlete, when you mention the time bonuses and all that, I may decide not to finish the race once I maybe attain what I think is substantial to me. While at the same time, when you look at the risk involved, the data may also force me to pull out. But at the same time, when I finish, I have met my target, maybe as an individual. Maybe the target was $200,000. And while the data gadget is showing me that I may continue. So that did not finish may result in the personal decision of the athlete also. So it simply means that if I'm aware, if I'm knowledgeable, I may be able to decide and override the data.
Yes, thank you very much. What he has raised is what we've seen in actual competitions. So sometimes you find some marathons not far apart, a month or so apart, like Berlin Marathon and New York Marathon. They're about a month apart. So you'll find an athlete going for Berlin Marathon, they get some adverse data, they decide not to finish after, let's say, 25 kilometers or 30 kilometers. Then in a month's time, they go to New York Marathon and win. Have we seen such kind of stories?
Yes, we have.
Anyway, there's another comment next to the coach, yes.
Okay, Daktari, I think the best practice is to, consider life first. And I would give you an example of football. It's not about data, but when there's a serious collision between two players, and maybe they've gone down, we are told as coaches to look at a situation of concussion first. So you are advised that they should be subbed because it's a serious matter. So I think even in the case of using the data, when you realize that it's giving you an information that the athlete has gone to the extreme and maybe there is something is about to happen, maybe fall down or something like that, then you withdraw the athlete. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So basically, you'd rather make the mistake on the safe side than make the mistake on the risk side. It's easier you withdraw the athlete, then you'll deal with the calibration of your device back in your technical room, right? So sometimes we find ourselves in these catch-22 situations as sports technical personnel. And there are athletes who've sometimes risked and ended up winning. But sometimes we've seen, even in soccer, when I was a young man, I would see some West African athletes dying on the field. There's one case I remember happened recently in Ethiopia. A team that I know lost an athlete during a morning run, and this the so-called easy run. And you see, most of these athletes sometimes go for their morning run without breakfast. So basically, they were ignoring the heart rate information that was coming from their watches. And sometimes they don't even use those wearable devices for easy runs. Because they're like, hii ni easy. Nitatumia kwa long run, nitatumia kwa track, nitatumia kwa fartlek. So some of these little mistakes we make, they might look little. including exchanging watches, might have a bigger repercussion on our grand scheme of the game. And we remember even with Conseslus Kipruto in steeplechase, during one of the Diamond Leagues, one of his shoe got out. Do you remember the story? And he ended up finishing the race. Has Conseslus run ever since? That was a career-shattering mistake. So sometimes it might look really basic, but the repercussions might be way long-term than you can think. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Makofi ya kilo to Dr. Gerald Luande. 1, 2, 3. Good. I think there are very many issues that Daktari has touched on that also relate to what KEMRI has been telling us about. And I think we need to realize that beyond just the normal sports, umeona imeanza kuwa complicated. There is biosecurity, there is data security, there is national, things that are actually of national interest around sports and sports science. We might need to find a way forward at one point where we actually have policy to guide some of those things eventually, because of just the magnitude of what of the work that we do that is of interest to the global sports arena. Okay, so thank you. It is time for tea, unless there's a question. All right, this is good. Okay, how do we do this? There's a lady on that side who hasn't spoken, so we will go. Tutakuwa systematic, tutaenda hivi, tutasweep room hivyo, si ndio? So let us start that way as we go this way and we end that way. All right? Clap for the Olympian who is about to speak. It is good to recognize who is in the room. Karibu ma'am.
Asante. Daktari, your presentation was just so amazing. Thank you. And then I would like to ask you, actually I'm one of the athletes who have been actually suffering because of the size of their foot. I think I'm one of the athletes with the biggest foot in Kenya, because getting my shoes have been actually a big problem since I've been into the national team. Most of the time they bring shoes, whichever they make, maybe we use Nike. You find that I give them my shoe size. If I wear maybe 13 USA and stuff, it should be like 31 centimeters. It should be wide at the front because my leg is long, at the same time it's very wide. So you find sometimes I even share shoes with my dad and my uncles, because you find the women's shoes in Kenya, they make is very, very small. So I end up wearing male's shoes since when I was young. And then being an athlete, it has actually been a very big challenge. My question was like, is it possible maybe we do a partnership and then I can offer myself a research is done on my leg so that we can also help other female athletes with bigger legs or a related situation? Because even when I was going to the Olympics, I remember when people were given shoes, some sort of quality shoes, for my case was just, let us just walk into Nairobi Sports House, we pick any that will be available. And I'm one person who runs. Even before coming here, I had to do some 15 kilometers run. Like I do run most of the time. As much as I do taekwondo, I also run because it's part of my strategy. So you find that running to me, I've always had psychological stress because the shoes, I don't get quality shoes. Even if I just get them, they're not good enough or they're not fitting because I just think I have a weird leg or so is it possible maybe I can offer myself for a research to come up maybe with a shoe that can help, or a solution that can help other athletes with related problem?
Can I contribute to her
Yes.
and comment on something? Also the shoes for martial artists and contact sports, because they wear a different shoe, is also not easy to find in the country. All right, my daughter is also a taekwondo player, and we struggle to get the right shoes. So if there is anyone online who is a sports entrepreneur and is able to actually create we have a market for martial art shoes. We need martial art shoes in the country. And on top of that, the Olympian is struggling with the normal shoe. Can you imagine now the martial arts shoe? All right, go ahead and
Okay, so
comment,
thank you
sir.
very much. What you've raised is something called variant anatomy. So every human being, we always have something called the average anatomy of somebody. But there will always be variant anatomy. As I mentioned earlier, the left might be different from the right. The toes might be like this, or some toes might be like this. So all these are different variant anatomies. And that's why during my presentation, I talked about the mold. Like for very elite athletes, they're encouraged to step on a mold so that the mold matches them. Now, we've seen cases of lots of injuries for athletes who are wearing these carbon plate shoes, especially from Nike, because the initial mold that was being used was for an elite athlete we all know. Yeye alikanyaga mold. So kiatu inafanana hiyo shape. Na sasa wewe kama toes zako zinaenda hivi, you have to squeeze them in. So that's one thing. Another famous athlete in this country who was known, and she was an Adidas athlete, was Mary Keitany. Mary Keitany had to be forced to retire because of an injury. And the injury was on the spine. It's what we call a stress fracture of the spine. What was it associated with? The shoe again. Because the shape of the shoe, the mold that she was using, was not the shape of her foot. So you'd find during her trainings, she would use a totally different brand shoe. Then on competition day, because she was an Adidas athlete, she had to wear that shoe in question. So these are problems that we are facing as a country. And probable solutions are as follows. One, it can be what we call watu wa kuargue sana wanaitanga nini? Ukienda kuongelesha MPs, there's a technical word for it. Lobby. Yes, we could lobby for elite athletes like you guys to have out of the range kind of shoes brought with the team shoe, with the team kit. Because most of the time the team kit, as you've correctly mentioned, is the averages. And the averages will say ladies' shoes will be tiny, male shoes will be bigger. And even the colors, you'll find ladies' shoes are way more luminous than male shoes. But there are some ladies who don't want luminous shoes. So we have to factor in this. On the collaboration, yes, I'm open to collaboration. On the research side, of course, we have KEMRI here, so I have to say we have to go through the ethical approvals. So we are open to us having additional discussions. And Anne talked about the issue of entrepreneurs. There's a local company here called Enda that has been trying to make shoes locally. It could be a good idea. We contact them if they could make some prototype shoes for ladies out of range, so to speak. So that, because it will take for us a longer time to convince, let's say, our brand sponsors, Nike and whatever, to give us certain shoes. But it's easy for you to walk into their factory in Nairobi and step on the mold and they make for you something that genuinely fits you. I'm not advertising Enda. If there are others, they can also propose themselves. Thank you. I hope I've answered your question.
Let me help you to handle the Enda thing. A few years ago, Kenya Academy of Sports, in partnership with the University of Edinburgh and Enda, actually did a research on carbon-plated Enda shoes, because we thought, how can we use a local Kenyan product with carbon plating that was actually designed for our athletes? We did the work in Iten, and the results are published and they're out. So Enda is not, we have worked with them for that.
Sorry.
All right, we said we are going this way. Okay, there we go. All right, and then this gentleman next.
Thank you, Dr. for the presentation. Mine is just from your last part where you mentioned Cornelius Kipruto. I think he's the last person to have won a major medal in 3,000 meter steeplechase for men. So maybe my issue is like, with all the research we are doing, the technology we have, what is it that we are not doing to be able to reclaim what was traditionally ours? Because these days I think we lose to, is it Morocco, New Zealand and other countries. So what is it that is not working to reclaim that medal that was normally ours for many years? Thank you.
So thank you very much for that question. You know, performance is a function of multiple variables. And if you can look at the thesis of the writings we do, especially for the press, we try to bring these variables at play. So if we take the case of Conseslus Kipruto, the first issue was something as simple as the shoe coming out. Then running imbalanced, because one foot has spikes, the other one does not. Now, of course, there's a great risk of musculoskeletal injury. Now, when this injury happened, what did it do? Remember I talked about contracts. What did it do to his contract? The agent says, oh, it was nice knowing you, Conseslus. So, no more money coming your way. When there's no more money coming your way, are you able to seek advanced services? Now, what KEMRI is doing, what all these other stakeholders are doing, is we need to bring on the table all these variant experts. Those who are looking at the money side of sports, those who are looking at the training side of sports, those who are looking at the rehabilitation side of sports, so that we are able to lift the mind of our athletes beyond adversity. Because sometimes when adversity starts, you sink. You'll hear issues of depression, alcoholism, and all those kind of things. But if we are able to reframe the problem and tell them, this is just a small problem, we can do an MRI here, we can link you to this expert, and some of these experts are in the country. Then when we show the ability of us reclaiming such kind of athletes, even if they're not coming back to win at the same level, they can become the new coaches. We know of the case of Ferguson Rotich and his relationship with Rudisha. So as much as Rudisha is not currently competing, he can make a good advisor, even if it's not a coach necessarily. Same thing with Ezekiel Kemboi. He had won so many times. Why are we throwing him out of the room? Why can't we bring him back to the room, even if he's not competing, to advise this new generation of steeplechasers? What were my tricks? Because some tricks are not necessarily physiological. Some are mental. A case in point, an elite athlete once told me, if I want to know I'm winning this race, at 35 kilometers, I start a conversation with the athlete next to me. Unaonaje imbio? When the guy is unable to speak clearly, I know I have a chance of winning. But when the guy responds clearly, I better slow down. So these are hidden indigenous knowledge that is not publicly available. But you see, had we documented them and put them somewhere, these tricks, we can be able to replicate it in the next generation of athletes.
Thank you. The social scientists in the room, there's your area where and the psychologists in the room. Those are the things that need to be documented. I think we're talking a lot about physiology, we're talking a lot about sports science from that angle, but there's the social issues, there's the psychological aspects also that play a major role in sports and competition. All right, there is a gentleman here. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I have 3 quick ones. Pacesetters and wearable technologies and how they support the athletes. You shared something about Kevin Kiptum and not wearing the latest evolution of the series of the shoes. Maybe you could share what was his trick. And then a concern about maybe the wearable technologies in terms of maybe over-reliance. In the case of maybe the gadget, it might have some technical issues during a critical moment. Then assuming these people use the wearable technologies that may have chips, what kind of, and you've said that some of them, they use them even when they are sleeping. Are there maybe issues to do with maybe radiation issues and some other health issues? Thank you.
Okay, so let me start with the Kelvin Kiptum story. So first of all, Kelvin Kiptum used the same type of shoe that other athletes of his level used. What I said about him was his running style. His running style was a style we could consider less efficient. Like alikuwa anakimbia kombo. But kwa hii kukimbia kombo, ndiye anashinda wale wenye wanakimbia straight. So that's again an outlier advantage. Another athlete who's really known in the world, Haile Gebrselassie, would sweat way too much. But that is what was making him lighter as he goes. So sometimes what could be seen as a disadvantage could be the advantage of the athlete. Now, the second thing is about safety of some of these wearable technologies. And it's the same thing with even safety of the shoes. Like the carbon plate shoes, we try as much as possible to tell elite athletes not to use them for their trail running. Because 80% of the time, our athletes do trail running. Then maybe twice a week, they're on tarmac. But since the carbon fiber and the foam shoes are really comfortable, they enjoy using them. But now, from the Nike experience, most of those athletes are no longer performing well. It's because of the injuries. Because the shoe is like what ladies used to call palms. So, uko hivi on stilettos, So you can't be on stilettos day and night, because you are overburdening your lower back. And then stability, you see when you land, when you're in this kind of shoes, when you land, there's a great likelihood of spraining your ankle, especially if the surface is not even. But now getting them to appreciate these dynamics is a long story, but maybe if Coach Patrick Sang would have been here, he would have told us how he's been able to convince some of his athletes. And I've also mentioned long-term injuries. And most of our athletes don't retire. They are forced into retirement through injury. So they don't willingly retire. So we need to think about the safety and how to communicate this safety, because I might know it is wrong to use this shoe on trail running, but maybe I'm not an opinion leader in the athletics community for my idea to carry the day. So can we get guys who've won before, bring them as part of even this academy to be the spokesperson, because they have social legitimacy on some of these issues. Because if I go there speaking, they'll be like, Luanda, when did you ever win a marathon? Or when did you ever run 10,000 meters? So we need to mix social legitimacy to some of these interventions we are bringing in sports.
Is the technology also extended to the pesetters?
Yes, so you see, when you have the technology, you give it to all, but of course, the law of hierarchy. Some technology could be way more on the lead athlete. But again, pace setting is not a profession. Pace setting is an assignment. So if you're a good half marathoner, and we have this guy who is going for a full marathon, we could get the half marathoner to push the full marathoner. So for this race, he's a pace setter. But in the next 1 month, he's winning some Prague half marathon. So it's not like it's a profession on its own. That's the mistake sometimes in judgment we make, thinking that pace setters, that's all they do. Pace setting is just an assignment for a day, and you go back to your primary activity.
Thank you. I think, Dr. you've brought up something that perhaps we also need to just mention in the room, which is the transition strategies for our sportsmen and women, because we know that the sports performance life is not long. Most of them don't even reach 40 as active sports athletes. And how do we then create ways and strategies for them to transition into the other areas of sports, or back into their communities and back into the mainstream lifestyles, so that they're either businessmen, they're transitioning into mentors, as what you're saying, transitioning into coaching, being sports personnel, officiating, and so many other options that could be available to our sportsmen and women. All right, thank you. Let's move on to the next question, right here.
Good morning. We had Bebe Bikila, who proved elite performance could be achieved with zero footwear technology. And right now, we are in an era of carbon-plated shoes. So today, if we modeled Bikila's data, will it show he'd be even faster with modern technology? And or did going barefoot give him a unique biomechanical advantage?
Okay, so there's been a lot of debate about barefoot running. I want to give a lived experience. So I have 4 sons. And my third born, for some strange reason, likes walking barefoot. And anytime I try walking barefoot, I feel the pricks of the stones and whatever. But the 3-year-old just walks as if there's nothing big about it. So that is an adaptation that comes over time. And you see, it gives you a certain form of efficiency. Now, over here locally, at what time do we introduce shoes to kids, especially in the villages? Way after the age of 10. So most kids, if you go for these discovery races, they will run barefoot. Whether barefoot is the best or not, that is debatable. But the question is, when they go to Boston, and it's a drizzly day, and they're running on tarmac, is it ethically right to allow them to run barefoot? Are we, yes?
It's not ethically right, but it's also not disallowed.
Yes, it's not disallowed, but are we really giving them a fair playground? We've talked about the story of consensus. So what we need to do is get the best lessons from the barefoot running technique and design shoes. And that's what Adidas and our initial hypothesis was, that let the sole be as thin as possible. If you remember, the Adizero Sub 2 shoe that I demonstrated, this one, the green one, basically it was closer to the ground as opposed to this other one. Let this not lie to you. The heel starts from this point all the way here. It's that huge. It's so thick. So we are moving more and more to platform kind of shoes like in the 70s. Yeah. And less to being on the ground. But what have I said? The unintended consequence of this is injury, musculoskeletal injury. We are getting them way more right now than we would get them when the shoes were closer to the ground, so to speak.
That's interesting. All right, should we move on? Kemri, kuna kazi ya injuries because of footwear.
Okay, thank you, Daktari, for your presentation. I will pick it from the risk-benefit dilemma. I know when you asked the question, we answered ideally what we'll do. We will rather forego the benefit and safeguard against the risk. But the reality, especially in Kenya, is that most of the time we will go for the risk, because you will find out maybe the coach, the trainer, the manager, or the athlete has not earned for a long time. So when the opportunity comes, we will rather take all the risks to get the benefit that comes. And that may go even beyond data, protection of data. Now, how best do we approach this so that we are able to respond ideally and safeguard the athletes rather than the reality that is on the ground?
So thank you very much. You've raised an issue on sports economics, which is what we've been working with Paulo Chieng on for a long time. You know, and coaches are in the room. How are coaches paid? Sometimes they're given a flat rate, or sometimes if the athlete wins, unamwambia bana minjo nilikupanga. Right? So your income is dependent on this athlete competing and coming up with something. And the case of, let's say, appearance fee, as the other coach mentioned, if we are sure just appearing there will give us $10,000, what will we do?
Will appear.
Will appear. Because the coach will get 100,000 shillings. If you don't appear, you've messed up that revenue model. And we've been training for 3 months. So as we are talking about all these technologies, Kenya Academy of Sports, tengenezeni algorithm ya coaches kulipwa. Because when a coach is paid, he will also make rational decisions. When a coach is not paid, he'll make survival decisions. And if you make a survival decision today and it works, you'll make it again. When an athlete tells you, nilikuwa na injury lakini nilienda nikashinda, next time you'll tell him, keep going. Or in the morning they wake up, they tell you, I'm feeling some pain. They're like, no, you just start training. Itapotea.
Tutakula Panadol?
Yes, tutakula Panadol baadaye. Wewe twende. Because their income is anchored on you training irrespective of your physiological or health status. So we need to find a way in this algorithm of sharing revenue from athletics. The same way agents get 15%. there should be a defined percentage for the coach. Not that an alipwa based on the whims of whoever. And maybe this would have been a good conversation for Coach Patrick Sang to say how they have been able to sort that problem. Thank you.
Just a question. Do we have a profession called sports economics? Does it exist? It does? Then we need sports economists in the room, because those are the issues that are coming up with, areas of safeguarding. We are now injuring and taking risks on our athletes because of the economics of sports. All right, do we have one last question? All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a concern about when you said data protection and partnerships we normally have with foreign organizations who normally fund us. Are we really capable of maybe protecting our data? Because usually when you are paid, there's always something that they expect from you. Do we have labs that are maybe capable of, and maybe going forward, can we have a strong nationalistic presence in sports and in research? Because being winners, there's a lot people can learn from us. So how do we protect what we have as a country? And secondly...
Could I answer that one first, if you don't mind?
Okay, thank you.
So that I don't lose the train of thought. So, 2 days ago, we were having a conversation with Anne about something I call stakeholder expectation matrix. Most of the time, when we go to these collaborations, let's say you are a volleyball team, mukienda kupartner na Kenya Pipeline, how do you go there? You go with a begging ball. Ukiambiwa left, unaenda left. Ukiambiwa right, enda right. But you see, Kenya Pipeline won't be that famous without the volleyball team. So you as a team, you are bringing something to the table. You're not coming empty-handed. So as much as this guy is bringing money or technology or whatever, this balance of power must be close to equal or tilt more towards your side. There are multiple guys who can fund you. There are multiple guys who can give you equipment. But there are few teams which are performing at the level you are performing at. So when you have a power imbalance, you lose the ability to even talk about your data protection. But when your power is well defined, you can begin discussing this. You can be able to bring lawyers to the room to say, "Hii data tunaenda collect, where will it be stored? And what can you be able to do with it? And if you go beyond what we've agreed, what are the repercussions? Can we take this to the Sports Dispute Tribunal? Can we take it to the Court of Arbitration for Sports?" So those dynamics must be very clear when we are engaging partners, so that we don't just walk in with a begging ball that, "Oh, we are so grateful you came on board, we've been suffering." And that's the thing that happened to rugby through the transitions of different partners. Because they were not able to have themselves as the real thing that others are attracted to. They over-anchored on certain partners, and when those partners went down, they also went down with the partners. Second question.
Okay, second question is that we have before the INEOS, where there was the sub-2, there was a lot of talk, a lot of papers which were cited about the ability of a human to run that fast. And Eliud proved people that no human is limited. From your experience and from whatever you're doing now, can we go below the current world record? And how are we training to maybe make sure that no human is limited? Because I believe science is supposed to encourage us, not to set the ceilings. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. At the beginning of my presentation, I shared this slide. So that time I was driving on cheap X-Trail, and that is 2016. I was that lunatic in Eldoret who was walking with a vehicle written sub-2. Despite existing scientific knowledge that this thing is impossible. Whenever I would join training teams, they were like, "You guy, what are you talking about?" But the point I'm trying to say here is, first of all, just as you said about Eliud, you must believe it is achievable. So I can't say right now, because Sawe has run 1 hour 59:30, that is the ceiling. No, it is still achievable as long as you modify the variables. And my presentation started with asking questions. What do you think we modified? And right now I've shown you some of the things Sawe's team modified. So as we become scientific about this thing, we realize what are the variables that are slowing us down. And we keep changing them. You remember during Eliud's time, they even tried to deal with the wind, with the shape of the pacemakers. They would make like a triangle. They tried dealing with the issue of dropping the water bottle by somebody following him on a bike and handing it to him. They tried playing around with the intervals. Instead of 5 kilometers, every 2 to 2.5 kilometers. All these are experiments we did up in Kaptagat. So that we get to know, if we were to shorten this, what would change? If we were to increase the concentration, what would change? And there's still way more things. Now I'm talking about economics to come join us. I'm talking about psychology to come to the room. I'm talking about training styles to come to the room. Because the more we bring different experts to the room, the more they tell us some of the weaknesses we have in this quest.
All right, thank you very much. I think it is time for us to now close. Have
Can
a
answer
very
over tea break if you don't mind.
Kuna moja?
A burning one over there.
Oh, okay. Last one.
Yeah. Because there was a coincidence of the sub 2 being broken at the same time by 2 athletes, one from Kenya, one from Ethiopia. What did the Ethiopians do? Because it's like we are ignoring what the Ethiopians did. Have you found out, you have told us what you did with Sawe, but what did they do with the athlete? Because if Sawe wasn't there,
he would have
the
done
Ethiopian
it.
would have done it.
Yes, so Kajelcha, first of all, is the reigning not reigning, but he has a very good half marathon time of 57 minutes. So if you were to say a marathon are 2 half marathons, what do we expect him to do in terms of an hour? 57 plus 57? 114. So that is 1 hour 54 minutes. If he was to keep the same pace. That's the first thing. The second thing, you've noticed both of them in my initial presentation were on the same shoe. Did we notice that? Including the lady who set the women's record. Third, on the sports drink, we came up with this idea of polyethylene glycol, which I mentioned in my initial presentation. It's not like we are now the only guys with that technology. The Swiss company that is associated with Kajelcha also have the same drink. So it's just a matter of time. If we take Kajelcha to another race, which maybe Sawe is not in, he might surprise us. Sawe said in person that when he was going for this race, his greatest fear was Kiplimo. Akashanga Kajelcha ametoka wapi? Again, that is a cognitive bias. Because you can't go to a start line with somebody who is already running a 57 half marathon and you don't worry about such a person. So, again, back to the story. We must bring all these experts to the room who look at this problem from different dimensions. And as a country, we can't be playing the outlier game that only, because on top 3, as much as Kenya claims to be the big name, all the top 3 ran below the world record time. All of them. And only one was Kenyan. So we can't begin chest thumping that one of our outlier athletes is the best, so we are good. I showed you the summary of the best in the world, the top 10 in both categories, men and women. They're not all Kenyans. And all those guys have a fighting chance. So as a country, we are also losing the marathon. During the Paris Olympics, we didn't get anything on the men's side. On the ladies' side, we got a silver from Obiri. If you check World Championship, on the men's side, we got nothing. In city marathons, which we've been making the money from, now there's a tricky situation. So we have to be genuinely interested in protecting our sport, and since I'm in marathon, in protecting the marathon. Because it's almost getting out of our hands within a very short time. We are one injury away from losing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daktari, for a real eye-opening presentation. Let us tumpe makofi ya kilo. 1, 2, 3. Good. All right, so it is time now to go for our tea break. It is 11:15. Tutafanya 15 minutes ama twende 11:45. Let us try 15 minutes, okay, to be back in the room. Let us have a tea as fast as possible so that we're able to come back to continue with the day's program. Enjoy your tea.
And I also mentioned to you how the Achilles tendon can be stretched and what is the role and how the tuber size affects running economy. Also mentioned a little bit about the most beautiful muscles that we have here, how it is affected by exercise training. And then I started to talk a little bit about brain and how our brain developed as a result of exercise. And this is the continuation of the story. Okay, some of you are here and heard some part. I'm just jumping that part. So the story is actually that, jumping back. The story is that I try to convince you, of course, that exercise played a very important role at the development of the brain, and not just the size, the connections, and so on and so on. And now I'm listing now, I picked up some of our studies in which I try to show that how and in what way exercise is important to improve brain function. And the one point is that, of course, these studies mostly, if you are interested in exercise biochemistry and physiology, big part of the studies must be done on animals, because you have to take the organs. I think there are very few of you who are willing to donate some part of your brain to biochemical research. So, again, just shortly, I'm summarizing this data. We trained animals, young and old animals. That time we haven't got a treadmill. The easiest way was swimming exercise. And then after a period of swimming exercise, 9 weeks, we measured the brain function. This is a passive avoidance test, and this is the active avoidance test. And then after that, we tested the damage which is made by reactive oxygen species, and not a surprise, we found that aging increased the increased the damage in the brain tissue, and exercise in young and old case decreased it. That was very important, because this associated with if you get older animals, the brain function, memory is decreased, and exercise prevented this decrease. And the learning capacity increased in both exercise groups. So we actually showed that exercise is really capable to suppress the oxidative stress, which, you know, reactive oxygen species are one of the cause of aging process. And we found out that if you do exercise, you suppress the reactive oxygen induced damage, and you also improve the function. So we were very happy with these results. And then we also found out that the enzyme which is responsible for the degradation of damaged proteins increased by exercise training. So the housekeeping improved. That was, I think, it's one of the most important points, because I'm going to continue this story from now. Okay. Then, of course, the question is how much exercise is good and how much exercise is bad. That time we hope to create an overtraining group, because what we know that a certain level of training is beneficial, no question of that. But it is also known that overtraining is bad, because what you got with overtraining you got decreased physiological function. And we don't have a very fantastic biomarker for overtraining. We have symptoms of overtraining, and you have to put together these symptoms and find out whether your athletes are overtrained or not. So anyway, in this animal study, we tried to create an overtraining group. What we did, we got a control group, moderate training, which was 1 hour exercise, 1 hour swimming exercise per day. Severe training was, we increased the load, the duration by 30 minutes. So, and the last week, this group had to swim 6 hours per day. And the overtraining group, we hope to induce overtraining, was 1 hour training until the last week, and then the last week we jumped up to 6 hours. So not a continuous increase, an abrupt increase. And then what we found was a surprise, because these two groups had the best brain function, which actually meant that we couldn't reach overtraining because the performance is increased, not decreased. So even 6 hours of swimming per day for these animals is not sufficient enough to cause overtraining. So the function improved, and we also found that not just the function, the damage is decreased. So that again we found a relationship between oxidative damage and function. So that was pretty nice. And then that was one of the first study in which we measured not just the DNA damage. You know, oxidative stress, reactive oxygen species are attacking all of the cell components. They are easily attacking lipids. The process is called lipid peroxidation. They easily changing the structure of proteins, and if they do so, most of the enzyme activity is decreasing. So this is oxidative protein damage. And then they are also attacking DNA, which stores the genetic information. And if the damage is huge, it can cause mutation, and of course, you know, mutation can cause cancer. So, and this is the reason actually why, if you think about it, with aging, there is increased incidence of cancer. There are very few cancer types which are appears in young case, yeah? But over 60, the incidence is getting higher and higher because the oxidative stress and the damage is getting more and more pronounced. So what we found, we tested the DNA damage and we tested also the DNA repair, and nothing happened. Nothing happened. It means that there is no, because we couldn't see an increased lipid peroxidation, we couldn't see increased DNA damage, and of course, because no increase here, we haven't got increased the repair process. And then we were very much interested in whether these effects are reversible or not. What we did, we got a control group, 6 weeks of training, and then 6 weeks of detraining, and measured it. So we were interested in how much these beneficial effects of exercise on the brain is, the effects are reversible. And we found out that indeed exercise training improved the function, and after 6 weeks of detraining, the function of detrained and control animals were the same. So it means, okay, this process is reversible. So it is not like if you do exercise when you are young, then you can enjoy the benefits throughout your life. No. The beneficial effects are disappearing. And we also checked the protein damage here, quite similar. And then we checked some so-called neurotrophic factors. One of the most well-known neurotrophic factor is brain-derived neurotrophic factor. This is what you can see here. So this protein is very sensitive to exercise training, and the function is amazing. If you increase the BDNF level, you increase the plasticity of the brain. You increase synaptic plasticity, you improve memory, you improve learning capacity, and besides this, it also has an antidepressant effect. Maybe some of you know that exercise is really antidepressive. If you are sad, if you are fed up with something, just go out and do exercise, and then your mood is going to change. One of the reasons is the biochemistry behind this. is the production of BDNF. And you know what? If you are suffering from diseases, let's see, if you are suffering from Alzheimer's disease, I don't wish that, but if you do so, the BDNF concentration drops down significantly. So BDNF is a very powerful marker of brain function, and okay, this BDNF also helps to create new neurons. I told you, maybe you remember, that neurons are not dividing cells, but in the brain we have stem cells. And if you increase the BDNF level, these new stem cells in the brain start to proliferate and then transfer to neurons. So this is an extremely important process. So in this BDNF is very important. As you can see, with training, BDNF concentration increased, and by detraining dropped below the normal level. So this is a very beautiful kind of adaptation. Generally, this is very similar than everything else in our body, how we're adapting. As I give you another example, the normal heart rate of the athlete, let's say, individual 70 beats per minute. A super endurance athlete can go up to even though 40 beats per minute. When he completely finish exercise training, you know what is going to happen? After a while, going to go up to 80. And after then, going back to 60 or something like that. So there is an overshot. As we have an overshot when you do training, there is always an overshot when you don't do that, and then the body try to somehow balance the situation. So there is always overshoot in other or the other way. So this is what happened here. Jumping back. Oh, no, not this. Sorry. Okay, here again just a short comment on the effect of exercise and enriched environment on the development and connective capacity of neurons. See this, and this is a neuron which is isolated from a control element, no exercise training, and this is an exercise training enriched environment. Look at the difference. So these neurons are more capable for networking than this one. So this is extremely important. Isn't it beautiful? It's really, really beautiful. See, control, 2 weeks training and 3 weeks of training. So the effects of exercise is beautiful on the brain. Really, really nice. So, from now, a short story about microbiome, and maybe I try to point out, I don't know, I don't remember everything. I try to point out how the microbiome is related to our brain. So, as I told you, a normal individual has about 1.5, 1.8 kilo bacteria in the gut system. These bacterial species are involved in the digestion, they are involved in fight against pathogens, they are involved at creating vitamins, very important part of our immune system. They are promoting capillarization in the gut. They are involved at storage of fat, production, very, very important, production of short-chain fatty acids, and then, of course, they are also regulating brain function. So this study was one of the first which really increased the attention towards microbiome, because what they did, they changed the microbiome of a slim and a fat mouse, and the slim became fat, the fat became slim, without eating more. So this shows exactly very nicely what is the importance of this bacterial species, let's see, in terms of obesity or in terms of digestion. And the other interesting story was this marathon. This is the Boston Marathon. They got stool samples before and after the race, and actually they found out that a special species of bacteria, which is called Veillonella, concentration is correlated with the running time. So if you got more bacteria, you run faster. And it turned out that this bacteria species actually ferment lactate to short-chain fatty acid. So decreasing the concentration of lactate or lactic acid, which could be lactic acid, of course, it's quite dangerous. So, okay, that is a super interesting study. Unfortunately, it is not ours. I told you that exercise induces new neuron formation, yeah? Causes neurogeneration, new cell formation. What this guy did, they killed the bacterial content of the gut by adding antibiotics. So antibiotics, they kill the bacterial content, and then they run the animals. So we get a normal animal with running, antibiotic killed, antibiotic and running. And what they found was super exciting. What they found was that, of course, exercise itself increased new cell formation in the brain. But when they killed the microbiome, this never happened. So this process, the way how exercise increases new cell formation in the brain, it is a great part dependent on the communication of the bacterial content that you have in the gut system. Super exciting. Okay, so and then this was our first study on microbiome. We were very much interested in an Alzheimer's study. You know, animals do not get an Alzheimer. You have to manipulate the DNA. This is what we did. Actually, we had a strain of mice in which we got a human gene which increased the concentration of beta amyloids, APPPS1 strain of mice. So this is the transgenic mice model. This is what you can see here. So these guys haven't got a chance. They had an Alzheimer's disease. They are developing because of the genetics. So what we did, we exposed them 20 weeks of exercise training and 20 weeks of treatment of probiotics, which contained Bifidobacterium, Lactobacillus, and some vitamins. What happened was that, okay, how we evaluated the brain function. Again, we used the Morris-Mace test, which is one of the most well-accepted method to assess memory. So again, you have a pool, you insert the animal always at the same place, animal is swimming in the pool, and when the animal finds the hidden island, which is under the water level, then it stays and have a rest. So, and you do it day by day. So this is the Alzheimer group. You put the animal, it finds the island 55 seconds. And then second day same, third day same, fourth day. So no improvement at memory, nothing. Same time. You know probably that Alzheimer's disease affects short-term memory. What we found at the group which had exercise training and probiotic treatment, look at this. They located the hidden island faster and faster and faster. So our treatment removed the most striking effects of Alzheimer, the loss of memory. And then we checked the biochemistry, we checked, this is the hippocampus of the animals, and we checked the accumulation of beta amyloids, and we found that it decreased by exercise and probiotics and so on. Okay, finally, this is the link that I want to show you. This is a normal animal, white type of mice, and these are suffering from Alzheimer. APS control, APS exercise, APP probiotic, exercise and probiotic. But see, these Prevotella bacteria species were much suppressed in all Alzheimer animals compared to the white. Exercise and probiotic had some effect to normalizing, but you can see some. This is another bacterial species called Bacteroides. White type is much lower than animals with Alzheimer's disease. Anyway, that was the first study actually which showed that brain disease, Alzheimer's disease, changes the microbiome. So there is a relationship, very powerful relationship between gut and neurosystem. And then some manipulation. Try to normalize the situation, and the effects of these changes actually that the butyrate concentration which is produced in the gut is decreased, the mucin concentration further decreased, and then what we got, leaky gut. Leaky gut actually means that what you can see here, very tightly, the cells very tightly adjusted to each other in our gut. But when you got a leaky gut, then lot of things from inside and outside can get through the gut system, which should be closed. So toxins are getting in and getting out. And then the inflammation is increased, and the inflammation further enhances the progress of Alzheimer's disease. So these are the serial killers. And this is the survival kit. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Would be happy to answer questions if you got. Yep. I know you are from, you are a master student, and you are a smart girl because you are always asking questions, and you want to be smarter.
Yes, once again, my name is Abigail, and I was concerned about the training. Is there some evidence that after the training, there is rapid regain of previous results achieved from training that could, let me just begin. Is there evidence that after the training, there is rapid regain of previous results that were achieved during training? And for how long does the, for example, muscles keep the epigenetic tags that are introduced by exercise? For example, if an athlete is banned from, as a result of doping, and they go maybe for 3 years or 5 years and then they come back to training, will it be easy for them to get to peak performance as a result of the epigenetic tags that were introduced previously during training?
Okay, thank you, Abigail. There is a study in which we get a group. They perform 6 weeks of exercise, hypertrophy exercise. It was a resistance exercise aiming to increase the size of the muscle, okay? They increased, let's see, 20%, okay? And then part of the group had a detraining, 60 weeks of detraining, okay? And their performance almost get back to the normal. And then they added a new group, which performance was completely the same as the detraining group, okay? And then they again introduced a 6 weeks training. So the group which earlier was exposed to 6 weeks training, development was much, much bigger and greater than the new group, showing that a presence of muscle memory. When they took biopsy samples and when they checked the rate of methylation, actually they found out that 6 weeks of training already changed the methylation pattern of the DNA, and this methylation level remained for a while. So when you are reintroducing the earlier training method, the development is bigger. So this is a big help and a good explanation why injured athletes can get back to practice pretty short time compared to those who are starting from the beginning and doing the same exercise training, because our muscle developed a memory. This is a kind of muscle memory. And there is another kind of muscle memory that you just mentioned, that if you do training, you know, muscle is the only cell in our body which has more than one nucleus, multinucleated. So many nucleus in the muscle. Nucleus contains DNA. So by training you can increase the number of nucleus, and by doping some kind of anabolic steroids you can do the same. So when you finish the training, injured or you banned, the number of nucleus in the muscle cell would not decrease. So it means, again, if you are reintroduced the training, then the more nucleus more easily can satisfy the need of greater protein synthesis and so on and so on. So this is again an advantage. How long training is necessary for that? I cannot really answer to this question. Generally we say that about 6-8 weeks of training needed to have a normal adaptive response. But of course, if you ask your grandmother to do 3 training sessions a week for 6 weeks, you can see the beneficial effects, okay? But if you ask a professional athlete to do 3 training sessions a week for 6 weeks, no training effect. So it depends on so many things. Depends on the level of physical fitness, for instance. So nothing is so complex. There is no recipe. I cannot give you any recipe because everything is individual. I know it's not a satisfactory response, but this is what I can do. Thank you. The question, yes?
My name is Kevin Kipchumba.
Yep, nice to meet you.
Yes, thank you. Nice presentation. I just want some clarifications. You talked about the gut microbiota of the twins, the rat twins. So it means the gut microbiota of the twins, the rats, they are the same, because you are comparing the obese rats and the lean rats. And I think you gave us the results that maybe you'll explain the same. Then another thing was about the...
Stop. Okay. I got a limited capacity, okay? Okay. So what happens, I already told you this example. So I guess in your friend, you can easily find someone who just watched the food and gained 5 kilos. Yep?
Yes.
And there are some others, they can eat as much as they want, they are still slim. Okay. Do you have this kind of friends?
Yes.
Okay. So what does it mean? It means that obesity, not just dependent on the calorie that you take. It depends on how you can digest it. Digestion in the system. And if you are always slim, it means that the gut system is not really good at digestion. So a lot of energy remains that you got in and get out. And the others who can easily get fatter and fatter, fantastic breakdown, very nice digestion. So you can have the same amount of food intake, but the response could be quite different, depending on the work of this system.
Thank you for that clarification. So I think it's very clear to everyone. The second question was about, you said there is a clear relationship between that gut microbiota and the success of endurance runners, that's marathoners. So my question is, who are these endurance or successful marathoners? Were Kenyans involved? If not, why don't we replicate the same study here in Kenya with your support and Kenya?
You know, this is the second time I mentioned this story, and Anastasia told me that you are doing it. Actually, if you find out what is the factor which limits the performance, you can manipulate it. This study actually showed for the first time that there is a bacterial species in the gut, actually there are more than one, which convert lactate to short-chain fatty acid. So this is important, it decreases the lactate level, and then short-chain fatty acids can be used as an energy source. So, and next day, already a company came out selling a probiotic of this bacterial species. Because if you can take it, then you can manipulate the bacterial content into your gut, and this is a kind of stimulation of higher performance. This is what we all want. And this is not a doping, actually. But you know what? This is an adaptive response. This is a fantastic adaptive response, because as a result of many, many hours of training, many, many years, I would say, changes the structure of your microbiome, enhancing those bacterial species which are beneficial and help you to suppress the lactate. Isn't it beautiful? So the adaptive response of the human body is really, really incredible. Involves everything. We don't know much about it yet. But day by day we get a small mosaic and we can add it to our current knowledge. So this is super adaptive response. Yes?
Prof, I think all of us will agree that we are loving what you are giving us. Personally, I think I've already started picturing what I'm going to do with the young athletes that we have. One area that may be not now but in future, the periodization part of the training, the loads, because you'll agree that back here we are grappling with a 6-week plan. What is the load? How does it start? And maybe at peak, maybe you are entering competition level. What is the load? And yeah, it's a problem that many of us locally face. And many coaches are shying away from agreeing that it's an area that they need help. So I summarize by saying that we need a lot of help in that area. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much. I didn't, just very shortly, I didn't talk about it. Every capacity has a time point in your age when you can enhance it with a greater extent. So the maturation of the brain is pretty fast. So the age of 6 or 7, almost every country, you have to go to school, yeah? It means that your brain is ready. And even though your brain is ready in earlier age to get a lot of new information. But when we are talking about technique is greatly dependent on your brain. So if you want to teach technical abilities, you can start at very young age because our brain is quite early matured. So this is the reason why gymnastic, as an example, starts at very young age. Rhythmical gymnastic as well. Because these girls can learn everything at young age, very young age. So our brain is ready. When you really want to improve endurance capacity, the best period we talked about endurance is partly dependent on the heart and then partly dependent on the other systems, okay? So the heart must be trained from the age of 8, 10 to 12. This is the best period. If you miss this period, Again, you can do it later, but the efficiency is going down. If you want to increase the strength, as an example, I mentioned to you already that some years ago, I also said, I told you that, okay, if you want to improve the strength, you have to wait until your muscle system is matured, age of 15, 16, or 17, when your testosterone level is increased, and then muscle mass is increased, and then now you can do. Now it is changed. So you have to start strength training at the age of 10 or 12, early, but use explosive exercise, train fast-twitch muscles, and then teach the proper technique. This is extremely important. And because I got some problem with my brain, I'm going to tell you a story, and then let you ask a question. It happened in Seattle. A guy owned the fish market, and the guy also was a fisherman. And he realized that he cannot satisfy both, so he decided to shut or sell the fish market. And they said, okay guys, he asked everybody, all of his members, team members, workers together, and said, guys, we are going to shut the fish market or sell it. But the guy said, no, please don't do that. You know what? Let's create the best fish market in the world. The owner asked, can you do that? And they said, yes, we can do that. Next day, they wrote, this is the best fish market in the world. And from that day, you could not go there without being shaved. You couldn't go there in dirty clothes. You couldn't behave like you did earlier. You had to behave from that day as you are working at the best fish market in the world. Set money. And then one of the guys asked, hey, do you have that kind of fish? Yes, I have. Please throw it. And the guy threw the fish. The fish was flying, and the guy caught the fish. And that was funny. And then fish started to fly, seller to seller to seller. Everybody was so amazed and so happy. Look at, fish is flying, fish is flying. And then, very soon, everybody get a very special glove to be able to catch the flying fish. You know what? After a month, many people from the surrounding office buildings came down and watched how the fish is flying. And some of them even joined. When they joined, they got a glove. And they also could catch the fish. 3 months later, tourist buses arrived and stopped. And they wanted to show the best fish market in the world. So, you can do the best sports science club, sports science university, sports club in your Kenya. Or you can do it at the world. In a great part, guys, it dependent on you, your mindset.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, thanks, Prof. There's one thing I want to acknowledge from the time we started this seminar, and it is on the serial killers, like you've put it. There are some things which deem small, but yet at the end of the day they inhibit good performance. For example, just a shoe. From Dr. Luande's presentation, I'm realizing that the type of shoe that is being used contributes a lot to the performance of the athlete and injury protection. So I just want to acknowledge that, and the coaches in the room, let us insist that the best footwear is important to our athletes, especially now that indoor games are done outside. Some are done on hard courts like tarmac, and like we said, health first. Let us take care of the athletes. At the end of the day, after athletics, they need their good bodies to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof, for that very interesting research. I have a question, especially on the effect of exercise to the brain. Was nutrition a confounding factor? And if it was, how did you moderate its effect?
Stop. So, nutrition is extremely important in brain function. I didn't do too much job on nutritional manipulation, brain function, and exercise, but one of my friends did. His name is Fernando Gomez Pinilla. Unfortunately, we lost him around Christmas. It was a big loss. Super smart guy. What he did, actually, he fed animals with McDonald's food, high fat and high sugar concentration, and the performance declined. I'm talking about brain performance, And when he fed the animals with this food and they let them do exercise, the bad effects of exercise, nutritional treatment disappeared. So exercise could compensate some part of the bad nutrition. I know, is it an answer?
Sorry?
Is it an answer to your question?
Yes, partly.
Partly, okay.
Yeah, but it's good to know because we are always saying it is good to combine exercise and nutrition. They are actually twins. There's no way you can rely on one and disregard the other. The other question is about the gut health, or what you are calling microbiome.
Yeah.
Will we then feed runners with probiotic to increase the microbiome so that they can perform better?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there are many trials, and I just learned that you are doing it.
We do mala.
Where is Anastasia? She's not here. She told me actually that your runners are taking a mursik.
Yeah.
So you see, you do that. It's natural. Naturally, you do it. You do know that, but you are doing it.
Okay, so we'll be intentional in
in other part of the world. It is intentional.
Okay, thank you very much.
I just told Anastasia, let's do a research on that. That could be interesting. Yes.
Thank you so much, Prof, for your presentation. I think it's very educative. From your study, there's a statement to say that overtraining decreases the biophysiological function. So I'm just wondering if, from your study, does this explain why, if we look at our elite athletes in Kenya, there have been cases that have been reported on sudden death on our elite because of maybe they say of, cardiovascular problem. So does it mean that it is because of overtraining, or what does it mean from your study?
Okay, my study is not really relevant because we couldn't reach overtraining. But overtraining is a very serious issue, especially for those who are involved at elite sport. So what we know about overtraining is we got decreased performance. But decreased performance could be, of course, due to fatigue, yeah? Fatigue and overtraining is not the same. Because in case of fatigue, you get a chronic, in case of fatigue, you have an acute decline at the performance. And in case of overtraining, we have a chronic fatigue and chronic depression of the performance. This is one point. The other point is that overtraining affects the whole body. It affects your mental system. Overtrained athletes losing self-confidence, they have a lot of problem to cope with different kind of stresses. So overtraining has psychological effects, has physiological effects, biochemical effects. The problem is that we always want to have a biomarker of someone. So if you have an overtrained athlete, you want to measure heart rate or whatever and then find out whether she or he is overtrained. We have a simple way. One is, if you know what is the maximum heart rate of your athlete and what is the recovery time for after 2 or 3 minutes, you measure again his heart rate or her heart rate. If someone is overtrained, the recovery is getting slower and slower and slower. Superbly trained does fast recovery and overtrained does slower recovery. So there are many, many markers. This is a simple marker which actually can give you maybe some idea whether your athletes are overtrained or not. In not every sport easy to measure the performance. Track and field is easy, but in football, handball, basketball, how? Because many things depends on your opponent, yes? So it's not easy to assess the performance in many sports. Of course, those sports must have testing system, and the test results can be useful to get some information. So the best marker of overtraining, what we know, is the testosterone-cortisol ratio. In our body, we have 3 anabolic hormones: testosterone, growth hormone, and IGF-1, insulin-like growth factor, these 3. And we have a catabolic hormone. Anabolic hormones are building. Catabolic hormone, which is cortisol, is called also stress hormone. Cortisol breaks down. So normal situation, your body mass is the same, yeah? No change day by day. Everything is balanced. But if you are overtrained, your body mass is decreasing because the cortisol level will be much higher than testosterone level, and the catabolic process will be enhanced. This is not good because you are losing muscle mass and so on and so on. So you can measure it. You have to have a smart medical doctor. You have to measure it, and then you can have some idea again whether performance is decreased, body mass decreased, and so you might have an overtrained athlete. Then you can somehow start to get rid of the overtraining and do the recovery. Overtraining is very, very complex, difficult process because, okay.
All right, we need to close on the question, so let us just take one more question, please, so that we are able to keep our time.
Okay, thank you. Prof, I had a question on exercise and neuron growth. Because in adults, the growth and development is normally in the lag phase, where it has almost stopped. Does training increase neurons in the aged or in the adults?
Thank you very much. I don't know the answer because animal studies easy to assess, but in case of human studies, there are so many conflicting papers. There are a group of scientists who are saying that adult neurogenesis is present, and the others are saying not. So we have a study on old animals, and this is for sure the neurogenesis is very much decreased in animals. But I have no idea in case of human, because as I mentioned to you, even in adult case, the data are very, very conflicting. So I really don't know what is true and what is not true. Sorry.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Radak. Wonderful presentation. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and giving all in this last week. So we really appreciate him. To appreciate, sir, Prof. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, sir.
And thank you very much for being here. Thank you so much.
All right. So we are now going into a different session for this day, and allow me to invite the Director for Research at the Kenya Academy of Sports, Dr. John Okwemba, to now take on the stage and to handle the last session for the day.
Let me use Professor's mic.
Thank you.
If you know, you know. Those from a religious point know what I'm doing. Now, we want to say thank you so much. Prof, we said we will give you a name, a Kenyan name. Now, can we suggest a name? Huh? Yes. Eh? Eh? I don't want a Christian name. I want we gave her a good name, Naisiai. Is it Naisiai? Naisiai means what? Peace. A Maasai name meaning peace is? There are no Maasais here. I'm wondering. Okay, thank you so much. We want to... Okay, sir. We want to say thank you so much. You have really disseminated knowledge. I wish this group had come earlier. Have you realized that? I wish we had started with you earlier. All the same, we will allow Prof to pack you in his bag and put you in the boot and carry you all the way to Hungary. But we want to say we are so grateful as the Kenya Academy of Sports for the good work that has been done by our Hungarian counterparts. That was beautiful. Very, very beautiful. We also want to say thank you to, I'm just looking on how to start. We also want to say thank you to all the other facilitators for taking your time and making sure that you have delivered the very, very best that you had. With me here are some of the suggestions of improvement. One suggestion is very interesting. Madam CEO will comment on that. One of the suggestions, Matul, stop there. One of the suggestions is that CEO, you add more days to these 8 days you have been here. You add more days. In fact, Madam CEO has already added. The other time we used to have how many days? 3. Were they 3? Yes. Today we have done almost 8 days, 8 or 7 days. I think that has been taken. Another comment is we communicate on time. That is very true. That one I don't want to argue. We communicate on time. Another suggestion, offer accommodation to those who come from far. I don't want to comment. Another one is more time to the lead facilitators with crucial knowledge. All knowledge is crucial, but we gave them more sessions. That's why I'm saying I wish you had come earlier. Thank you. I'm reading what I'm seeing here. More training seminars for coaches. During camp, players should be given, should be taken through the laws of the game. Okay. Consider accommodation that you will maximize all the hours of the day. Till it is still repeated. Let me just finish it up. More dissemination on sports science during conferences, like KEMRI Annual Scientific Conference. That is very good. I think it must have come from KEMRI. You can as well also invite us in your scientific conferences, and we will be very willing to come. Somebody has said we organize a team building. We can go right now before we go for lunch. Is that okay? Bring athletes, both the active and the retired ones, to give their experiences. I think that's a good one. That's a good one. We will consider that. Then we also need to invite people from other specific industries, like stadium and swimming pool builders. Sports Kenya was invited. Am I right? Yeah, we invited them. Maybe they were quite busy. A planned transport to various places around Nairobi. I don't know whether that is for excursion or to get allowances for delegates from various institutions. We are not campaigning, we are disseminating knowledge. How do we give you knowledge and then we pay you? You go to KU and see whether you can get a degree, and then you are paid for getting a degree. Or go to Moi University and go and learn, and after don't pay fee, learn, and after you have learned, you are paid for having gone there to learn. Have a well-curated program with names and contacts of the speakers. We have a program, a very good one for that matter. However, for data protection, we cannot expose contacts of our guests. They can give you in person. Am I right? Even if I asked a young lady anipe namba yako, atanipa. Asa kama wewe huwezi kunipa namba, unataka guest wapeane namba. So we cannot give the contacts of the guests. But you can request them yourself personally. Am I right? Yeah. A digital platform, WhatsApp group, where we can ask questions and comments. The Academy has a WhatsApp group. WhatsApp. Tukona? We have social media platforms. You can always ask questions and we can answer you. Scholarships, especially since the current collaboration with the Hungarian University, more coaches and athletes can get scholarships. A scholarship, we will guide you on how to apply. Am I right? Are we okay? The Kenya Academy, we have some brochures from Hungarian University. If you wish to have them, we will make sure that we get them to you so that you can look for their courses and apply and request for scholarships if they are available. Oh, good, a very good one. A very good suggestion here. Lobby for more, for increase in the number of internships opportunities for sports science students, not only in CAS, but across all sports areas. I think that's a good one. And I think Madam can bear me witness, there is no sports young person who comes to the academy for internship. Not internship, for attachment, and is denied an opportunity. We don't. We give you opportunity. Internship, we cannot give internship because it's a government rule. All internships are given by Public Service Commission. So we don't do internships, we do attachments. So any young person who wants to be attached at the academy, come, we will give you. And you can see how you will benefit. Sumona, say yes, sir. Students, I'm talking to students. Opportunities in training coaches in upcoming sports. The new sports, I think that is also good. There is it is short. Some comments are very short, so sometimes I have to make sense of what they want to say. Written in short. Creating collaborations more on universities in rural parts of Kenya to reach grassroots talent and create awareness of existence of CAS in those communities. Must the university be rural? You know, when they say rural, I don't know, which university is rural? Moi. A university is a university. So I don't think there is any rural university. But I think what the writer wanted to mean was we create collaborations with universities. And I think the chairman had also alluded to the same. And I think something is in the pipeline for us to bring universities together for areas of partnership. I think the others, we shall be sharing them on our wall so that you are able to get the feedback. But we want to say thank you so much. I think in our discussions here and there, Madam CEO, there has been a request that we popularize the sports career fair because it was the best. And they said that if we can even make a caravan, so that there are 2 days in Kisumu, 2 days in Kakamega, 2 days in Eldoret, that would do quite well, especially when schools are on. And I thought that was those who attended the sports career fair were the ones giving that comment. Otherwise, I want to say thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Allow me to recognize the presence of Kenya National Examination Council. Kenya National Examination Council. Yes, you can come. Clap for him as he comes. Allow me to recognize the presence of KICD. Yeah, come. These are very key organizations that I think we really need to work together. Maybe allow me to give them an opportunity to greet us.
Thank you, Daktari. The CEO, the directors are present, the facilitators, and my colleagues, good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Hanjari Charo. I work at NEC. And first, I think I have to appreciate CAS because we've partnered a lot in so many things, and I'll highlight one important thing that we are working on it. So this workshop has been insightful, wonderful, informative, and invaluable. Yeah, I've learned a lot. And I would like to share some few things that we are doing at NEC. We all know that NEC is mandated to assess our candidates in various levels. And with the CBE
competence-based education, physical education, and sports has been given prominence. That's why we are having physical education from the lower level up to the senior school. In fact, we have a pathway specifically for arts and sports science. So I think this particular workshop has come at the right time. So for us, we are going to borrow a leaf. There is a lot of information that has been shared. So we will demystify the information and apply it in our various contexts. So at NEC, we do assessment of physical education. I'll be very, very particular in physical education. And we offer summative assessments and formative assessments. Yeah, for the teachers in the house, please. Walimu nisalimie kwa mkono tafadhali. Yeah, I hope you understand what formative and summative assessment is. So we have shifted from, please doctor, allow me to have at least 1 minute. It will not be enough, because when we get such a platform, it is very, very important we share whatever we do at NEC, so that Kenyans can also know what happens there. So the summative assessments happen after the end of a particular period, like we had the KIPSEA, that is the Kenya Primary School Examination Assessment, we have the KIPSEA. But in between, we offer what we call SBS, school-based assessments. And we have taken, we've shifted from the 844 system now to fit in the CBE. So our type of assessments that we offer are in project form. So in sports, we give candidates projects to do. We also give them, we call them performing task and the written test. All our assessments are authentic. Authentic means that whatever the learner learns in class should be applicable in a real life situation. So this is the best thing we have in CBE. We are teaching them knowledge, we are giving them skills, we are giving them values, we are giving them competences that they will use in their lives. So hatuna ile story ya kuwa ulifundishwa grasshopper unasema hii nitaitumia wapi. Sai kila kitu, I'm sorry, I hope our professor can understand little Kiswahili. Anyway, another thing that is very, very important for us to know is that this CBE, the competence-based education, is wholesome. Yeah, in the previous system, we only used to focus on knowledge. But now, we have gone ahead and include values, PCIs. PCI are pertinent and contemporary issues. So somebody yesterday was giving a talk on sustainability. So even at NEC, we test sustainability, the values, and so on. Okay, let me finish because Doctor is here. You know, I'm a teacher by profession. So given a chance, I will just talk. So I'm very, very grateful, especially CAS. And one important thing that I want us to know is that NEC has got a great thing that is underway, which is called dual certification. And we are dual certification. So at the end of the basic education, the basic education ends at grade 12, where a learner will be given a certificate. But in KIPSEA, you are not given a certificate, it's not a report. KIPSEA, you also given a report. But when you sit for grade 12 assessments, you will be given Kenya Certificate of Basic Education. Okay? So NEC has brought together so many partners where we are working on dual certification. A learner who accomplished grade 12 will be given that academic certificate, and on top of that, depending on the talents that they have, they will also be given another certificate. So the coaches in the house, please, in future, we will need you, and when you are called upon, give us that support. Thank you very much. I have limited time. I have to stop there, but I really appreciate CAS for the invitation, and yeah, we will continue to partner with you. Thank you.
A clap for NEC. You don't need coaches in the future. You need them yesterday. Thank you. You know the reason why I've stopped you? We were to subject you to an analysis to answer many questions because the sports pathway is giving us a lot of jitters. So nimekusave tu. Maloma ni wetu. Asante. Thank you, Maloma. How are you? Thank you so much. KICD.
God is good, and all the time. Today is on a Sunday. My name is Shitemi James. I'm a physical education and sports teacher. I'm also a national level 1 volleyball referee. Before I say what I was supposed to say, I like to recognize some people which I normally call them mentors. I have Professor Tank. Can you say hi? That was my lecturer. He taught me rugby, biomechanics, and human anatomy. Thank you very much, sir. First of all, I'm here to represent KICD, that is Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. For those who don't know KICD, KICD was established in the year 2013 under the Act of the Parliament. It is a successor of the previous KIE, Kenya Institute of Education. The core mandate of KICD is to develop, to vet, and to approve the curricula and the curricular support material. This curricular support material, we are talking about learner's book, teacher's guide, and digital content. So that is our core mandate that we were given by the Parliament, and we approve all the curricula, both local and the foreign curriculum that is used in this country. Despite of that, we also have other function. The KICD also tends to advise the government on matters pertaining the curriculum. We also tend to initiate and conduct research on matters that pertains curriculum and curriculum reforms. Those are just some of our main functions and core mandate as the institute or one of the government agency. Being a physical educator, one of the reasons why I'm here as a physical educator is this pathway or this course and whatever you are doing here is related to what we are doing there. Sports science. Some main key components of sports science have been incorporated in physical education and sports and recreation. We talk about injury prevention. They are in sports and recreation. We talk about exercise physiology. We talk about something else we call coaching, officiating. All those have been incorporated in sports and recreation. That's why we are here, also to encourage our teachers, to encourage the coaches and sports professionals who are here. Let us support the physical education teachers and all those teachers who are teaching sports and recreation and physical education. Those who are not teaching, those coaches who are out there, you are the one going to receive these students after grade 12 for Form 4, isn't it? So support them so that you can get someone who is at least having a gist of what you are dealing with. Ndio usianze from square zero. In physical education, we deal with the technical aspect. Let me use a good example. Grade 10 books are in school, right? And now I can guess that now they are handling basketball. In basketball, we have what we call, let me say, cross dribbling, shooting, faking and feinting. Those are skills in basketball. In physical education, we have emphasized on the technical aspect. How do you perform this skill? But when we come to sport and recreation, which is now dealing with those students who are intending to progress their careers in sport-related field like coaches, umpires, sport nutritionists, sport psychologists, now they are being told on the technical aspect of these skills. How do you perform better than someone else? Technical aspect and also formation of these games. So thank you very much for this time, and may God bless you so much. Thank you.
Asante, asante. I think there are questions here. Maybe these questions will be answered on a personal level. Am I right? Thank you so much. I want to say thank you. Maybe now I'm looking for how to end. And how to end the whatever. Allow me to request Prof on behalf of the other facilitators to say something. This is now final.
Thank you very much. What I just want to say, it was fun for us. It was honor for us to be here. And, you know, this is a process which depends on two. In some part, we did our best. But for sure, you did your best. So this is how this meeting could be successful. One part is never enough. So thank you very much for your support. Have a nice work, and don't beat always Hungarian runners. Okay, thank you.
A clap for Prof. Allow me to call Dr. Isa Kweyu to give us also, to say something to them as they go. Am I right? Hey, you know, even in a dowry negotiation, both sides are represented.
Thanks, John. I think for the people who have been in this training, the coach's first segment of training and the conference part, you'll agree that there's been a lot of exchange in terms of competencies required in successful coaching. And we had presentations both from Hungary University of Sports Science and some local institutions giving their input. Bottom line is, CAS is the common denominator under these circumstances. And we want to thank them sincerely. I want to echo the suggestion that we get a real partnership. Like the local universities would want to partner with the university, even on areas outside coaching, because there's still a lot we can do. But with this CAS partnership, where CAS becomes the common denominator, there's still a lot we can achieve if we work together. So we want to thank you for accepting to come, of course through Bernard Ouma, who negotiated in Absentia, getting the contacts. We welcome you again. As soon as you arrive there, tell them there's a lot of work in Kenya. You are coming back. I know many people are on the list. I know Dr. Mike is already placing his bet. Me, I already placed. I assured you in the next conference in Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology, you will be presenting. I'm already consulting for you to be an adjunct professor in our department. So this is a starting point of so many things to come. So that next time when you come a full lorry of you, because there's enough work around. Thanks.
A clap for Isa. He presented the best local scenario so that they could also understand where we are coming from, and that is very, very, very good. I want to finish up by requesting our CEO to give her speech. Then I think he will invite Sawa. I don't want to be sacked in public. Allow us to, before she comes to give her few comments and then invite the chair, allow us to just appreciate our guests in a different way. Madam Anastasia. Kuja haraka. Participants, they'll give a vote of thanks. Okay, let's get one participant to give comments. Volunteer. A new one. Okay, come. And a new one who was not in the other one also. Sindio?
The chairman for Kenya Academy of Sport, the CEO, the presenters from the Hungarian University, the presenters from the Masinde Muliro, Moi, and other universities, my fellow colleagues and participants, good afternoon. So I'd like to take this opportunity to pose a vote of thanks, first to the Kenya Academy of Sports. I think we all agree. At one point I worked at Kenya Academy of Sports as an intern, and I think you're having a better version of the Kenya Academy of Sports. So to the leadership of the Kenya Academy of Sports, thank you for putting this on together. The funding for the presenters, I believe we've had, your rich experience and knowledge has really impacted us. And I think it's now a matter of practice of what we put in practice. And we look forward to having more of this. And for the participants who are part of the forum, let's work together to make the sport to the next level in this country. Thank you so much. And I'm much grateful for the opportunity for us to be here. Asante.
Asante. A student. There's a student who was throwing so many questions here. Come and throw a comment here now. If you need a nice photo, come this way. Utaweka profile. Same, I was speaking in a conference. These things matter.
Wow. Universities present, the Kenya Academy of Sports, and the representatives from Hungarian University. Good afternoon. Once again, my name is Abigail Gemeli, a representative from Masinde Muliro University. I would like to first of all thank God for this session that was planned by the Kenya Academy of Sports. It is a perfect opportunity for sports scientists and stakeholders to work together as we improve the sports sector. I would like to give special thanks to Kenya Academy of Sports for continuous improvement in involvement of sports scientists in this country, and to every athlete and every sports scientist. It is really a good, for lack of a better word, thought, and we are hoping that you are going to do this more and more, and you are going to give more invites to more students. We can get to undergraduate students, diplomas, all of them, because for us we got an invite for postgraduate students in Masinde Muliro University. You can expand it so that it can be something big, so that even other young sports scientists can learn and other young athletes can learn. I would like as well to thank everyone who came in. I am sure this has been an impactful session for you all. And from a personal level, it has been a perfect opportunity for me to meet a lot of you. I had never met CAS before. I had never met Hungarian University before. And there are people I have been just hearing about. Our coach Patrick Sang, I've been just hearing about him, but I got to interact with him. Someone from Koitalel University, it is an opportunity to know that sports science is flowing in other universities, and we are hoping that we have less universities offering sports science, but with suggestions that have been given to the curriculum, I am sure that it is going to flow and sports is going to improve in the entire country. For those said remarks, thank you very much.
Did you take a photo with Patrick Sang? That's how. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's clap for her. I think how I wish that we would incorporate, because I know in the primary grade 10 problems are there in that pathway. How I wish these young people who are still in university would be incorporated to share the little they know, so that they can really help the grade 10s in the schools. We know what is happening on the ground. So you people who are doing sports science, you have a big opportunity. I think you will be employed before you finish. And that is our dream, so that you can be incorporated to help bring out the sports pathway in the best way. Thank you so much. Madam Anastasia, you okay? Thank you so much. We will give certificates, but today we are only giving seniors. They will represent the others. So, Anastasia. So allow us to give the facilitators some certificates. I'll call our chair to come and give our facilitators some whatever. Anastasia, come. So let me call Lucy Wamboi Kanyara, Paul Owino Cheng. Oh, come, sir, come. Oh, picture, sir. Young men, come twai, kujeni mtoi haraka. Come running. Thank you, come. Ambia watu. Thank you, some young men. Haya, sawa. Oh, yeah. We have our friends and the CEO coming to join us from from Hungarian University, come, join us to make the pictures look meaningful. Is the other way? Is the other way? No. Eh. Yeah, the other side, yeah. The other side. Thank you, Paul Owino Cheng. Yeah, that way. Asante. Omondi Okech. Miriam Muli. Bernard Ouma. Gerald Omondi. Luande. Let's clap for the technologists. Yeah, with the shoes. Let's have Isa Kweyu. Okay. Dr. Lila. Start. Professor Radak. Professor, you'll remain there. Just remain there, Professor. Thuo Chege. You'll be just standing. You keep standing. Thank you. We want to appreciate you. We want to appreciate you with the Kenyan way of appreciating people, and therefore we want to allow our CEO to give a gift to Professor Radak. CEO, please come last now. You keep changing, Madam last. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And then you'll also give Lila. Yeah. Our chair. Then you'll also give our chair. You know, when you are in the negotiating room, even if you are from the same home, you eat with them. Then we shall give Isa Kweyu. Just remain there. The lady from Cambry, please. Gerald. No, I'm looking for somebody to give a gift, but I'm not seeing. A representative from NOC? Now we also want to, so you can join the picture? That's what I thought. We can get a picture. Move closer. Mpendane, move closer. Thank you so much. Turudishe, turudishe hiyo. Yes, that's the speed I want. Thank you so much. That's the right speed. So allow me to request our CEO to give her remarks, then she'll welcome the chair. A hand clap for her. And I wanted to say Masinde Muliro have really benefited from us. Another clap. You know, she can say we extend and we continue.
Thank you. Distinguished representatives from the Hungarian University of Sports Science, officials from the sports federations and associations, university representatives and researchers, coaches and technical officials, athletes and sports administrators, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yeah, it gives me great pleasure and honor to address you this afternoon as we come to the close of this important sports science training workshop and seminar, research seminar, jointly organized by the Kenya Academy of Sports and Hungarian University of Sports Science. When we gathered here at the beginning of this program, we envisioned this seminar as a strategic investment in the future of Kenyan sports. Today, as we conclude, I'm pleased to note that the engagements, discussions, presentations, practical sessions, and knowledge exchange during this period have strongly affirmed that vision. The seminar has provided an important platform for coaches, researchers, sports scientists, universities, federations, policymakers, and other stakeholders to reflect on how science, innovation, and evidence-based practice can strengthen Kenyan sports development ecosystem. The theme of this seminar, Science-Driven Excellence, Advancing Kenyan Sports Heritage Through Evidence-Based Coaching, remains highly relevant. Kenya is globally recognized for its remarkable sporting achievements, especially in athletics and other sports disciplines. However, as we observe throughout this seminar, modern sports continue to evolve rapidly. Elite performance today requires more than just talent, commitment, and experience. It demands the integration of sports science, biomechanics, physiology, nutrition, psychology, data analytics, injury prevention, recovery system, athletes monitoring, and evidence-based coaching methods. Through this seminar, coaches have been exposed to modern approaches that can improve athletes' preparation, enhance performance, reduce injury risk, and support long-term athlete development. I therefore urge all participating coaches, technical officials to apply the knowledge gained in your respective teams, clubs, federation, and training environments. The true success of this seminar will not only be measured by the certificates issued or the sessions attended, but by how the knowledge acquired here is translated into improved coaching practices, better athlete welfare, and stronger performance outcomes. The research seminar component has equally demonstrated the central role of research in shaping the future sports development in Kenya. We have been reminded that research is not an academic exercise. detached from practice. Rather, research provides answers to real challenges facing our sports sector. It helps us understand how to improve performance, reduce injuries, strengthen athlete welfare, enhance talent identification, promote safe sport, support policy formulation, and professionalize sports management. This is why the Kenya Academy of Sports remain committed to promoting a strong culture of sports research, innovation, and evidence-based decision-making. I'm particularly pleased that this seminar brought together researchers, university, coaches, sports scientists, policy makers, federations, practitioners under one platform. This kind of collaboration is essential in bridging the gap between theory and practice. As we leave this seminar, let us continue building partnership that translate research findings into practical solutions for athletes and sports institutions. Allow me to sincerely thank the Hungarian University of Sports Science for partnering with Kenya Academy of Sports in this noble initiative. Your technical expertise, commitments, and willingness to share knowledge have greatly enriched this program. We look forward to deepening this partnership and building sustainable collaboration in sports science, research, coach education, and institutional capacity building. I therefore wish to thank the Government of Kenya through the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports for its continued support towards sports development, capacity building, and institutional strengthening. Your support continues to enable Kenya Academy of Sports to deliver on its mandate of sports talent development, training of sports technical personnel, and promotion of sports research. To our facilitators and speakers, thank you for your dedication and insightful presentation. You have challenged us to think differently about athlete development, coaching practice, research, and performance excellence. To the coaches, researchers, university representatives, federation athletes, and to all participants, I thank you for your active participation, discipline, and commitment throughout the seminar. Your engagement has demonstrated that Kenya has human resource, passion, potential to become a regional hub for sporting training and research innovation. As we leave this seminar, let us not allow the knowledge gained to remain in notebooks, presentation, and reports. Let us carry it into the field, into training sessions, into research institutions, into policy spaces, and into athlete support system. Kenya Academy of Sports remains committed to working with all stakeholders to ensure that sports science and research become central pillars in the development of Kenyan sport. We shall continue to promote coach education, talent development, research in innovation, and strategic partnership that contribute to excellence in sport. Let this seminar mark the beginning of a stronger movement towards evidence-based coaching, scientific athlete preparation, and research-informed sports policy in Kenya. Let us therefore leave this seminar with renewed commitment to professionalism, innovation, integrity, and excellence in sport. Let us work together to ensure that Kenya's sporting heritage is not only preserved, but also advanced through knowledge, science, and evidence-based practice. Before I finish, I also wish to answer some questions. We'll continue inviting you to our seminars, all the universities that are having students having sports training. But I'm sorry, we cannot offer accommodation. The best that we can give is free entry to our seminars or workshops. And we will continue working together to enhance sports training of coaches throughout the country. And in our research department, let me say this, we'll work together with all the sports students in the country. We'll be giving you research themes, and whoever gives out the best proposal will sponsor their research training. from the diploma level and maybe up to the PhD level. So with those few remarks, it is my pleasure to invite our CAS Council Chair to give his remarks. Thank you.
Makofi kwa chair. Ingine. You don't know what can happen. Thank you, karibu.
Asante. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I was extremely pleasantly surprised yesterday when my CEO told me in the evening, tomorrow we are coming from training on Sunday. Then when I arrived, I was very worried that there would be only 10 people in the room, and the room was full. So I'd like to really thank all of you for the commitment in coming for this training. And I think it has been extremely rich and fulfilling. Don't you agree? Professor Radak and Lila, thank you so much for finding time to come and join us and to be with us. Going forward, I do hope that we will be able to meet more often. I think when I stood here to speak the first time, I said I wish we could have these trainings or seminars quarterly, but I will try and push my team that we at least meet like this every 6 months. The bit about accommodation, which is something that is critical, we have a very thin budget. So rather than accommodate people, we would rather have more people attend the seminar, which I think you all can understand. What we can do to make life easier is probably ask my team to find a central point. Is it easier, for example, to be in Eldoret for everybody to attend? Is it easier in Mombasa? You know, things like that. So that we make sure our attendance is higher. As you all know, our training is also continuing because we are training coaches and teachers all the time. So, and this year, or rather in the last 1 year, we've had quite a few coach trainings which I think have been very useful. To Professor Radak and his team, I will try as a council together with my team to put together a scholarship program with the aim of making it as accessible to as many as possible. I will also, and this I would like to confirm to you, fortunately when we went to Hungary last year, we went with our PS. I will try and also lobby to see whether the sports ministry can also avail some fund that allows us, in this collaboration with the Hungarian University, to send probably, we need to find a cost sharing formula so that for purposes of this discussion, instead of taking 10 people, we can take 30 people. So that is something I also undertake that I will work on. I will also, in the next financial year, beginning June, you know we are building academies, as I discussed earlier. So we will need to recruit coaches and personnel to run these academies. And I think the people sitting in front of us here are the ones who are capable of running those academies properly. The board is very, very, very keen to work with research institutions. So I've just challenged my friend from Koitalel University, within the next fortnight, invite me and my team to Koitalel, to Eldoret, for us to sit down and see how we can work together. My sister from Kemri, invite us, we sit, we see how we can do research together. And this applies to all universities. You do also recall that I said, I will sit with my team and agree, we invite all your chairpersons and vice chancellors of universities and put them in a room, tell them what we are doing, to see the ones who are interested and the ones who we can work together. Because it is our responsibility, all of us here, to start implementing this sports science program in Kenya and actualize it. And I think from the presentations that have been made here this morning, we are only scratching the surface. If we do a lot more, we will go places as a country. I look forward in the next 3 years, forget the prizes which we bring, for us going for all these international meetings and bringing more medals than we bring. And this can only happen through interactions like this, where we are improving sports continuously. Now, I'd really, really like to thank my cast team for putting this together, and at very short notice. It has been a lovely, lovely interaction for the last 7 days. So, Doreen and your team, it is highly appreciated what you people have done. My friend Okwemba, Anastasia, and everybody who's been involved. It has been wonderful. You brought us to a lovely institution. The food has been good. The mixing has been good. We have made friends. We now have students who are looking forward to being professors and doing doctorates. It has been lovely. So with all those few remarks, I'd like to bring this session to a close and to thank you very, very, very sincerely for attending and being with us. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Chair. Sorry.
You can reach there.
What do? Do you answer to your chair? You just unaimeza tu na unanyamaza. You know, in 1996, I was working in Narok, and I just courted a girl, and she was in Kigari Teachers College. We didn't have phones, so I had to travel to go to Embu, up to Kianchankoma. When I reached Kianchankoma, I was told she had gone home. The journey back from Kianchankoma to Embu, to Nairobi, to Dukamoja in Narok was the longest journey I've ever traveled since I was born. She's in my house. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not good to say goodbye. In fact, the most painful part of a relationship or of a gathering is when we leave to go back to where we have come from. Jani Masis, Dr. Yokote, come and give your closing vote of thanks. I'll never go through that thing again.
All protocol observed. Good afternoon. I'm told that the human brain functions optimally from the time of birth until the time when you are told to stand up and give a speech. But again, because I'm the only thing standing between yourselves and lunch, I want to propose that I be as brief as possible. Distinguished guests, respected researchers, colleagues and friends, on behalf of Kenya Academy of Sports, I would want to say that I feel privileged to be asked to give this vote of thanks. It has been a week. Okay, for those of us who came in the middle, it's 3 days, but those who came from the very beginning, it's 7 days. So it has been a 7 days activity since we started our engagement in this place, and I believe it has been very, very productive. May I thank Professor Adak and Dr. Lila for traveling all the way from Hungary to come to Kenya to share knowledge with us. First of all, in the elite coaches workshop that we had, then now in this sports science research seminar. Thank you very, very much for that sacrifice of your time to come over and be with us. I think I should also one day travel to Hungary. When our chair talks about Hungary and and the other people, I feel like next time I'll be the one coming. Okay. At your word, Chair. May I thank all the presenters who are drawn from our local universities and the federations and various government agencies. You came and you shared knowledge with us, and I would like you to know that Kenya Academy of Sports truly appreciates you for coming to be facilitators in our research seminar. But I also want to propose that those of us who are released by our respective universities to come and attend this function, please thank your respective universities for us, for allowing you to come and facilitating you to come and be part of this workshop. We have received participants from various government agencies. We have had KEMRI, we have had KICD, we have had NEC, among others, who came both to participate and even make presentations. Kenya Academy of Sports truly appreciates you for coming and being part of this seminar. We want to thank the representatives from the various sports federations who have been with us. Thank you very, very much. May I thank all the participants who sacrificed their time and their resources to come and be with us in this activity. We are very grateful. And thank you, my colleagues from Kenya Academy of Sports, for working indefatigably from the start of this activity up to now. And I see you are still strong. Thank you very much for the good work that you have done. KCB Leadership Center is a good place. I had not been here before, and for the few days I've been around, I've realized it's such a nice place, though hidden away from town, but it is a good place. We would want to come back again and again. So KCB Leadership Center, please know that we are grateful for you having allowed us to hold our activity here, and we look forward to coming again to do more with you. I truly hope that the presentations we have received in this seminar will not just end at the, the projector screens and the few notes that we have taken, but that they will translate to policy, they'll translate to action, they'll translate to reforms in our curricula in the various universities, they will translate to performance in our sports theory and practice in this country. We were supposed to end tomorrow, but I think as we agreed yesterday, due to the unforeseen circumstances of what is likely to happen tomorrow in the transport sector, we are ending our activity today. And I want to suggest that you call home to tell them that you're going, so that you don't ambush them. They are expecting you tomorrow. So just make a call so they expect you. We are truly grateful for our CEO and council chair. They provide very good leadership to our institution, and they looked for the money that was needed to put this activity together and make sure that it succeeds. I would want us to give a round of applause for them and then for ourselves. So a round of applause for our CEO and chair. Thank you. A round of applause for Professor Adak and Dr. Lila. A round of applause for the facilitators from our Kenyan universities and state agencies. A round of applause for participants from the various universities, federations, and agencies. A round of applause for federations. Which one could I have forgotten? A round of applause for KCB Leadership Center. An applause for Kenya Academy of Sports. Media, wow. Am I looking nice in that camera? Thank you. A round of applause for our media team. A round of applause for our online participants. And by the way, they raised several questions which were vocalized and they were responded to. But I think a few other questions have come in a bit late. We will see how to respond to that. Which other team have we forgotten to appreciate? The catering. So catering, transport, and the entirety of the logistics, a round of applause. So thank you very much. We want to wish you the very best in whatever you are going to do and safety of travel as you go back to your respective homes. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. We started the entire activity and event with a prayer, and we asked God for guidance. We asked God for grace, and I think His grace has been sufficient. And it is only right then that we finish with a prayer. So let us get a prayer from one of the ladies in the room. Please pray for us so that we finish with thanksgiving. Go ahead. All right, tusimame sote kwa maombi.
Okay, let us pray. Father, we come to you this afternoon with lots of thanksgiving and gratitude. We say thank you for everyone. We say thank you for each and everything that we have acquired from this seminar. Father, we say thank you for the facilitators, the Hungarian University of Sports Science, and those Kenyan facilitators who gave us the knowledge that we were really yearning to get. Father, as we leave this place, give us journey mercies as we get back to our places. We shall glorify and honor your name. When we started, Father, we said give us the energy that we reach the end of this seminar. And Father, we still say thank you. Our families represented in this gathering, wherever they are, Father, take good care of them. And as the coaches leave this place with the knowledge that they got, Father, when you go out there, let us impart it in our elite athletes and even those that we are developing. We say thank you and we honor your name. It is in Jesus Christ I pray and trust. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. All right, it is now time for lunch. We have our lunch served in the same restaurant where we've been having lunch. Our certificates will be available after lunch. For those who need to get their certificates, just come back to the registration desk for your certificates. And the QR codes for all the notes, the QR codes for the photographs will be up on the screen when you come back. You can scan and download as you wish. Just remember again that you use those images in an honorable way. Thank you very much. Mungu awabariki nyote.